Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, a great spot for any occasion. And don't forget, you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, the Orioles are taking it to the Toronto Blue Jays. They're up 9-2 right now. Cedric Mullins has 2 home runs in this game. Adley Rutschman has one as well. And Tyler O'Neill hit his 6th opening day home run in a row. Your Seattle Mariners are going to start their season later on tonight against the Athletics. That's a home game for Seattle. Logan Gilbert on the mound for the M's. Luis Servino for the A's. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. The Blazers are traveling south to take on the Kings in Sacramento. Jeremy Grant is still listed as doubtful for tonight. He's dealing with a knee injury. Sacramento is favored by 6.5. Tip-off at 7. 4 big college basketball games today. You've got the Alabama Crimson Tide taking on the BYU Cougars. That one tips at 4:09. At 4:39, you got the Florida Gators taking on the Maryland Terrapins. Gators favored by 6.5. The evening 2 games, you got Duke versus Arizona. Duke is favored by 9.5. Tip-off for that one is scheduled for 6:39. And the last one of the evening, you have Texas Tech against Arkansas's Razorbacks. That one's at 7:09. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you
Well, hey, what it do? What's up?
Hey.
Welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Welcome back.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
I'm back in the box.
Yeah.
It's a big box, but I'm here.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
I would say we missed you, but we didn't.
No, you were fine. I'm sure you were talking about all the hot sports going on.
Yeah.
The UFL strike and whatnot.
Yep.
I mean, big things happening.
Yep.
Probably delved into that Blazers-Cavaliers game.
Not once.
No.
Didn't even know they played.
Yeah?
Actually, no, I did. Because Donovan Mitchell didn't play.
He did not play.
In a stunning turn of
one
events.
plays.
The star of the other team didn't play.
No.
At any rate, we've got lots of questions for you.
Oh, ask away.
Yeah, because
Question away.
Well, as you know, watching the Tokyo series, I was enthralled by the Japanese businessmen.
Yes.
Who are quite stoic sitting behind home plate. And,
I just spent 3 days with one.
Well, I know that's the whole thing is that the BTJ's dad is here from Japan. Yeah. He is one of those men.
Yes.
And that's why you were gone, is you were hanging with him. Let's talk about it.
All right, here's the basic breakdown. I just spent 3 days with a very, very stoic 71-year-old Japanese businessman. I have no idea if he had a good time doing anything because he will not give that away. There is no crack. There is no smile. There is no frown.
Never a smile.
No, it is just
English. Does he speak English?
Yes,
a little bit.
No, it's not the best, but he's fine. When he was over here, it was a lot better. But he hasn't been in the States in 15, 20 years on any sort of regular basis. So the English has slipped a little bit, but it's fine. There's not a problem. His wife, no English.
Now this is the stepmom.
This is the stepmom.
Does not speak English at all.
No, that's Koyu-san.
Now is that a good thing? It's probably good, right?
I mean, she's actually quite lovely. She is the big personality of the two.
Yeah,
because
that's usually
he's not me.
Those guys don't.
No, he's stone-faced.
There are no emotions.
No,
it's what makes them great at what they do.
He is well dressed. He is well groomed.
Yep.
And he's very inquisitive about a lot of things, but as he's asking questions, any answer that he's going to give you follows so.
What does that mean?
I think that just means like they're okay, and then we don't really know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. And so there was a lot of me asking what you want to do. Like, are you enjoying this? And I never really got an answer. So we just did things. But I will say this, and I feel terrible about saying this because there is a stereotype. Not only do we have the stoic Japanese businessmen, and that is 100% true. Because I kept asking the BTJ, I was like, well, do you want to take him to do this? And she's like, I don't know. I have no idea what he likes to do.
And you can't like ask him this?
Well, you do, but he'll just go along with anything, and you don't know whether or not he's having a good time or not. But what I did get the sense after a while is he just wanted to sit down.
Well, he's old. How old is he?
He's like 70. He just wants to sit down. He wants to sit. He wants to sit down.
And maybe just stare.
Yes. He came Japan is known for the cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
So, of course, we had to go down to the waterfront to see
the cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
How do they compare?
I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't have the answer to a lot of questions because I have no idea. I do know that he liked to sit and stare at the cherry blossoms. I know that he loved to take photographs of the cherry blossoms. Whether or not any of that was enjoyed, couldn't tell you. But here's the stereotype that I hate to fall into, but it is 100% true. There were more photographs and video taken during this 3 days that I have spent. I believe he has more photographs and videos in those 2.5 days, 3 days that I spent with him than my entire life accumulated. It is just...
And think about how many more he has.
Yes.
Like when you're not around.
We took him, my gal's company has a suite at the Blazer game. So we took him to that. And this is not just me throwing out a number, because about 20 minutes into it, I kind of started to try to, when something happens, you're like, I'm going to try to keep count, just kind of give you a rough idea. So granted, this is probably 20 to 30 minutes into arriving at Moda Center. I do believe that there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 photographs taken, and I can't tell you the amount of video. Probably 20 to 25 minutes of video taken. I don't really know what anything is going to be done with that, but I can assure you that if there was a crime committed at Moda Center when they played the Cavaliers, the police should contact us, because we have... There will be
somewhere in there.
We will have.
There's a crime.
There's a crime
on the camera.
Yes, and by the way, not cell phone. No. Camera.
Yeah.
Digital camera. We have. Would you like photographs of the popcorn? Do you want photographs of our seats? Do you want photograph of the meal that we ate?
Like you said, he doesn't. He won't tell. Like you can't tell whether he's having a good time or not.
Couldn't tell you.
But doesn't the fact that he's taking so many photos tell you?
That's what I thought too, but the answer to that is no, because he takes photos of everything. And I mean everything.
But I think that says that this is going great.
I don't know, because he also has probably 37 photos of my couch. So
he loves your couch.
I don't know.
He probably has a million photos of you. We were asking yesterday what this man must think of you.
Yeah. Well, he is fascinated because he's not a big man. He is fascinated. Anytime we talk about my size, it is a big topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're an insurrectionist. Did he bring that up?
No, we did not bring up the insurrection.
Does he think that maybe you're one of them? I mean,
I don't think he has a real idea.
He doesn't even.
No,
okay.
That's a whole.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that.
That's off his radar.
I don't think. Yeah.
Understood.
I don't really think that's a thing. But yes, he also is just the size of everything. Very concerned about the size of Mount Hood.
Yeah.
Very concerned about the size of Mount St. Helens.
Now, where does he live?
They live, he's about 3 to 4 hours outside of Tokyo.
Okay.
In Nagoya.
Okay.
So a lot of things being compared to, very concerned about the height of the mountain compared to Mount Fuji. Need to know that.
It's smaller, right?
I
think Mount
Hood's about the same. It's about the same size.
Really?
Yeah.
I always thought Fuji was bigger.
Oh, believe me, we and these are discussions that are all taking place in Japanese. So I can't really understand. I wish I could tell you, because there was.
So BTJ speaks Japanese.
Yes.
With the stepmom and the dad.
Yes.
And then there's you.
And then it gets relayed to me. And then when I say something, then it gets relayed to the stepmom.
By him.
Kazui-san.
Who is the
well,
interpreter.
It's kind of goes. It's a round robin sort of thing. So
Boy, that can get dangerous.
absolutely. So again, this is
because I could see the BTJ
Yes.
going to the stepmom and being like, "Yeah, he just called you an a-hole."
they're wonderful people. I very much enjoy.
I know, but that would just be fun for her to do.
She doesn't have it in her. Now I
thought
would,
she did.
I would respect it if she did.
Your daughter does.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. 100%.
But she's not here.
Nah. BTJ is she doesn't have that in her. So yeah, it was just it was a lot of walking around,
Yeah.
a lot of talking about how big things are.
Well, isn't that the great American?
Yes.
I mean, it's not even a stereotype.
No.
It's just things are big here.
Yes. The food,
We have
everything.
lots of room.
yes.
Our portions.
Yes. Yeah,
Did you take him to Benihana?
we did not go to Benihana. We did eat we took him to Ox. That was the big
Okay.
We had to go
He had to have liked that.
Oh yeah, we were thinking of a nice where to go for a nice Portland experience, and we did Ox. Loved Ox.
Great.
He's a big fan.
Now, how do you know that?
Well, again, that was communicated.
So.
Yeah, so. Yeah, the meat. He wanted meat, and the ox meat. Yeah, he was.
Well, we're known for our meat.
We were known for our meat, so that was. But again,
Did you take him for a nice piece of fish?
we did not take him for a piece of fish. Also at Ox, probably 72 photographs.
Yeah.
Lot of photos.
Well, they have good presentation.
Good presentation, yes. So every time something came out, we had to take an individual photo of that and then the group photo.
Yeah.
Lot of photos there at
Yeah,
Ox.
I'm a dad. I know the routine.
Lot of photos of Ox. And then we like to shop. Big into shopping.
What?
We took him
Fancy?
we took him to the we did Pioneer Courthouse Square.
Yeah.
Because we had to do fancy. We tried taking him. They asked for a Nordstrom, and I made the mistake of taking him to Nordstrom Rack. That's right out.
Yeah, they don't want that.
No. Over to Nordstrom.
So they are fancy.
Yeah, they're fancy. He's a very well put together Japanese businessman.
Did he buy anything?
Oh, 100%.
Well, what did he buy?
You
don't know what he bought.
I don't know.
He hid it from you.
His stuff. But then we took him to the Woodburn Outlet Mall. Blew their mind. Couldn't process it. Too much happening. They like the deals. Big deal. And no
Which one did they go into there?
And no tax. That was a big one. Wouldn't buy anything in Washington. Tax. It's all about no tax. And we spent a lot of time crapping on San Francisco.
Why?
Because they just came from San Francisco.
Oh, they didn't like it?
No. San Francisco sucks. Portland, great.
I don't know about that. But
Yeah,
okay.
well, he lived when he was in the States.
Oh, he lived there?
He lived in San Jose.
Ah.
And this was back in the day.
Ah.
So he made it down to San Francisco. Let me tell you right now, not happy with the way San
It's
Francisco's
changed.
going. It's changed.
Well, he would say the same thing about Portland had he lived here back in the day.
Hey, he liked Portland.
Well,
Portland
I
was
know,
nice.
but he didn't. He doesn't have anything to compare it to. It used to be way better. Did you
just-
tell him that?
I'm just telling you, if you're in Portland right now and you want to feel better about yourself, just know that Mamoru-san, not a big fan of San Francisco,
Well, but that's an unfair fight.
loves Portland.
That's an unfair fight.
Hey, that's how it went down. You have an elderly Japanese man getting on a plane right now, crapping all over San Francisco, loving what we have going on. Yeah, he was surprised at how clean and tidy our city was.
What?
Yeah. Dude, we were walking around.
Is that compared to San Francisco?
Oh, we were walking around. We did the whole, we wandered throughout the city. Also, very interested in taking photos of City Hall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they like
That's
City
where
Hall.
it goes down.
Well,
maybe he watches Portlandia.
She works at City Hall, so wherever they go, she's very interested in their City Hall.
Well, don't you think he watches Portlandia and he sees they show City Hall on there?
Yeah, they wanted to see City Hall.
What if they were just in Japanese joking the whole time about our dump of a city?
Oh, that was our little venture. We just cruised around. I very much like him, and apparently he likes me, but
We don't know that.
we don't really.
He'll
know.
he'll say that.
It's possible. BTJD, Big Time Japanese Dad. He did enjoy the Big Time Japanese thing. He thought that was funny.
Did he actually laugh and smile?
There was a crack. There was a little bit of a laugh.
Now, does he have grandkids?
Yes.
Okay. So he's big time Japanese grandfather,
That's true.
actually.
Yes. But they're all over
Until
there.
you sire a little half Japanese child with her. Will Ortner is here, everybody. He was here yesterday.
True story.
He's waving for
I'm
those.
here a lot right now.
What?
I'm here a lot right now.
Yeah, you are.
Well, everyone's on vacation.
Dude, everyone's on vacation.
Yeah.
You didn't know this, did you?
No, I didn't know that everyone was like.
Dusty was gone.
Yeah.
Buck was gone.
It's spring break.
Schultze is gone. You were gone. Sprague's gone.
Yeah, I didn't realize that because my kids are all older. I didn't realize the whole spring break thing. This just happened to coincide with, the elders coming in.
Well,
town.
this is the best thing about being an old parent.
Yeah.
Is you don't spring break isn't on your radar.
No.
But you find out about spring break there's two ways. One, nobody's in the office, and two, like I was telling him yesterday, I went to chiropractor and I got in the next day.
Yeah.
And I was like, how does this happen? How do I just call and just get right in? She's like, oh, it's spring break.
Spring break.
Everybody cancels.
Yeah.
So the new life hack is if you just keep spring break in your calendar, you want to get in for appointments, dude, people are canceling right and left during spring break.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Mine is, I always find it because I walk my dog, and on the weekends, I take him up to the school and I let him off leash and roam. And
It's empty.
It's empty. But like a dumbass, I thought because it was spring break, so I took him up there. Yeah, Washington's not on spring break.
Yeah, next week.
I was
right?
like,
Next week.
Yeah. I'll just walk by the school and be like, why is no one there? Spring break.
Does now what do we call BTJ's dad?
Well,
what's his name?
When he was in the States, he went by Mark. But I can assure
It's not Mark.
It's not
What's his
Mark.
name?
Mamuru.
Mamuru.
Yes.
Mamuru, right?
Yes.
Mamuru. Does Mamuru drink?
No.
Okay. No
if
drinks.
he does, it's one, and then he turns bright red, and it's not good.
Okay.
So you can get him to have a drink, but no, he has the Asian gene thing is definitely a real thing with him. So, although it makes the bill at Ox a little more reasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, did he pick that up?
No, that was me.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, believe me, it was strongly insinuated by
Dr. Mamuru.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes you was he a little alligator arms over there?
No, that was the BTJ that was you're paying.
You're paying.
Yeah. She said
Not we're paying.
No,
you're paying.
You're getting that tab. She's like, I don't care if you have to get it before it comes. That one's you. And I said, I got it.
Now,
So I think that's a sign of respect.
Oh, okay.
So
is Mamuru? What did I already screw it up?
No, it's
what is
fine.
it?
Yeah, Mamuru.
Mamuru.
Yeah.
Did he? Was he quick to whip out the wallet in other instances, or
that was only? Yeah, he was fine.
Is he expected to? He's expecting you to look,
I don't know. That was the only real big expenditure that we had. That was like the big dinner, and that was on me. And yes, that was not one of those. There was no debate. Sometimes you just look at your gal and you know that we're not messing around. That was one of those. We're not messing around. That was that one's on. That one's on me.
Well, safe travels, Mamuru.
Yeah, they're halfway over the Pacific right now.
You magnificent bastard.
They are. You would very much.
I would love him.
You would enjoy.
Yeah.
Because the BTJ gets very nervous around him because.
Yeah. Well, they have that way about.
Well, and growing up, he was very stern.
Well, sure.
And now he's kind of. She claims that I am not getting the full picture because I'm getting a very softer, gentler version, and she's still thinking that it's. It's 25 years ago when he had the jet black hair and a kick-ass mustache and was not here for any of your sass. And I kind of want to see that version.
Well, you know that version.
I know, but
come on.
I want to see that I'm getting a softer, kinder Mamuru-san, and I'm a little sad that I don't get the other one because this version alone is very stoic and nice. But,
surely there are photos.
Oh, the photos, it's a thing. He's a very everything is high end, everything is sharp, everything is orderly. He's very well put together.
All right, well. My sports pants couldn't be tighter.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Today is such a wonderful day.
It's a good time. You're going to lose me here in about 30 minutes or so.
Well, the Mets are already on.
No, that's going south already.
Oh.
And it's game 1. Your
BYU Cougs.
My BYU Cougs.
Can't wait.
No, I can't wait. This is great.
All right, well, let's get into opening Dizzle. We'll start there next on The Fan. a sports day it is today.
I got one more for you that I thought you would appreciate.
Yes.
My last big-time Japanese dad. When he got here, I went in and I hugged the stepmom. Kuzui-san is great. She's very lovable. Doesn't speak any English. Gave me a big hug and a smile. I went in to hug Mamoru. Blocked. Threw a stiff handshake right in my abdomen. Boom. Handshake. There will be no hug.
Yeah.
I kind of forced one when he was leaving, and he kind of asked, or he
He's
let
like,
it,
all right, fine.
He was
I won't see you ever again.
kind of. There was it was one of those like where when we did it, like he stuck his pelvis way out, like he was like trying to avoid getting an inside pitch.
Right.
So it was one of those hugs.
He doesn't want to tip to tip.
No.
With
So
you.
I was determined to get a hug in, and I think I got 35% of a hug. But you would have loved me going in for the I'm so glad to see you, going for the big hug, and just the firm handshake thrown to block.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I was impressed with the power move. It stopped me in my tracks. And then we had to...
Well, a man like that, he's got those moves.
He does. Yeah.
You're not going to mess with that.
No.
You're not getting in that.
No. I thought I might be able to bully a hug out of him. Didn't work.
Nah, dude.
No, it didn't work.
Well, it's opening day, and it's the Sweet 16.
Yes.
And it's just awesome.
This is fantastic. I love day baseball. I love waking up and knowing you got a bunch of games to flip around.
I have and we talked about this yesterday, Will and I, but a little bit of a bone to pick that there was no 9 a.m. games, no noon East Coast games today.
No.
I don't know why there weren't, because that was...
They used to be a thing. It was like the March Madness. You could get those early 9, 10 o'clock games.
Well, that was just... Why didn't they do that?
I don't know.
That's
tell you.
really dumb.
I was under the impression, I was with you. I woke up and I knew the Mets played at 1. I woke up this morning and kind of did the scroll to kind of see what was happening. And I too was a little bit surprised that we didn't get the early morning game. There's usually someone back there. You've got like the Tigers or the Reds or someone that's playing that early morning game out on the West. But maybe they found that it's hard for people to attend. I don't know, because like back there, like you've got the noon, first pitch. Maybe it's hard for people. I don't know.
Well, it is about attendance.
Yes.
Because, well, I mean, let's put it this way. I don't know if it's about attendance, but Major League Baseball, because I was thinking about this today, I'm like, why can't other sports have great opening days like this?
Yeah.
Like opening day is just, they own a day every April.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, March. But you know what I mean. Why can't other sports do that? Well, thinking through that, I was like, well, I think that other sports, it seems to me that other sports' opening days are made for TV. Because the NBA will put a couple of marquee matchups out first, and then the next night they'll have their games. You know what I mean?
NFL does the Thursday night kickoff
Exactly.
standalone.
Whereas I feel like baseball is opening day is still more about people going to the ballpark.
Sure.
It's less about TV and more about just the old school.
Well, and I can
tradition.
and I can appreciate that. I mean,
you should. I mean,
Yes.
that's a great sports tradition.
It is.
There are a lot of kids that grow up in MLB cities that remember getting the day off of school and going to opening day.
Well, and you've been part of a franchise that had 30 years of futility, and the one time you knew there was going to be a packed house was what? Opening day.
No question.
Right? And
hope springs eternal.
Hope springs eternal.
For a day.
Exactly. Maybe not for everybody, but most teams, you go into the season and there's a belief of, hey, if this breaks right and, we get this and that, next thing you know, I even saw one of the ESPN guys pick the A's to win the division, and another guy picked him to make the playoffs. Or to make one of the wild cards. So again, hope springs eternal, and that opening day, I'm glad that they still do that. I think if you live in a major league city, that is one of those things that if you're a kid, I'm glad we still hold on to that and we give kids an opportunity to go see opening day.
Well, I think the NBA should do something like this. I don't know that the NFL could.
Yeah, the NFL. That's
I think
a little wonky.
what they have going on is
They're doing
about
fine.
right. College football could certainly, but there's so many schools.
Yeah.
I think pro sports. I just think the NBA. I don't know what the NHL does, but I think the NBA, especially being in the an NBA market here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man! Like figure it out. Make it like it's for other sports to look at what opening day in baseball is and not try to recreate that or have something like that. Like what are you doing?
Yeah.
At least try it. Maybe on a Saturday. So kids growing up in Portland or Sacramento or whoever wherever there's an NBA team, they get up early and maybe early games just like opening day. Put games on the West Coast.
Well, I know.
Not on the West Coast, but I guess you would put games on the East Coast, at noon.
Yes.
And then start the West Coast. Like have games all day, just like opening day. I mean, come on.
And college football has the big noon, right? And when it's played, that's a 9 a.m. Here a lot, and you get some of that. The NHL has a thing. I think they call it it's called the Frozen Frenzy or something, and they play all 32 teams, so 16 games, and they do stagger them throughout the course of the day. And I know some of the East Coast do have 12 or 1 o'clock puck drops. So out in the West,
so they do it in the NHL.
In the NHL, they do. I think it's towards the start of the season. It's like October, November. They have for the last couple of years, they do the Frozen Frenzy where everyone plays on one day. It's not opening day, but they do have it where everyone plays across it, and they stagger the games across all the ESPN networks, and so they do something like that. They're trying. But baseball, I just think the opening day, there's just certain things that certain sports own, and the live ballpark experience, the playing hooky from school. I mean, for a long time, we didn't even have lights to play. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Will probably thinks we're 1,000 years old, but I remember growing up, we didn't have lights at Wrigley Field. I remember being a kid and it being a big deal that we were playing night games at Wrigley. That happened in our lifetime, Rob, where the Cubs couldn't play at night.
It was a big thing.
So
when they got lights.
That's one of those things that baseball, I don't know, the romanticism of baseball and the tradition and the history of it, I think it's unique, and I don't know if you could try to replicate opening day in any other sport the way Major League Baseball does it.
College basketball used to do the 24 hours.
Yeah, the
remember
Midnight
that?
Madness.
And now they do like scrimmages, I guess, when they get their first ones. Doesn't Kansas do something?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Midnight Madness.
I enjoy that.
It was a big deal there. And I think they ended up being televised.
Yeah.
But it's not a game. It's just
Well, they had games.
It's a practice.
At one point, there were games for 24 hours. It was pretty cool.
Well, I don't know. I mean, just thinking about Portland, it's like the first Blazers game really, I don't know, it isn't a thing unless it's a good opponent, you know?
Yeah.
And they probably have a little problem, too, because they have to butt up against football.
Yeah.
Because they start, October?
And baseball has kind of its own little, I guess the NCAA tournament.
Well, actually, if it's October, because they start in early October.
Yeah.
They're fighting MLB playoffs and NFL and college football.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the NHL starts at the same time, too. So
what do they do? Like maybe pick a Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, they've tried to do that.
They do start on Tuesday, don't they?
And they've tried to do that with like Christmas. They tried to own Christmas, but the NFL came in and kicked their ass on that. But I also think there's a difference. Again, I go back to it. And I'm not trying to crap on Moda Center. I'll say this about any building in the NBA. There is a real difference between going to a game in an NBA or anything else inside a closed building at 12:30 in the afternoon as opposed to sitting outside where it's 65 degrees and the sun is shining, you're sitting in the left field seats and you got a dog and a beer. It's different.
It is different, but that doesn't mean you can't have a different sort of tradition.
Yeah.
In basketball. Like I remember going to the old Big 8 basketball tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that was super cool was those games would start, you'd have 4 games in one day, and the first game would be at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was fun to get there that early and know that you had 3 other games after that.
We had that with the Great Alaskan Shootout in Thanksgiving. We used to go to that, and that was the same thing. You'd get there early, and you had all day or the multiple sessions. NCAA tournaments like that when it comes to Portland. And
so if you live in an NBA market, you grow up in Portland. I mean, I just think the league could do a better job of, sort of creating that tradition for people in NBA markets. No, we don't have MLB yet.
I would give 2 toes to be sitting.
I'll add a toe.
You do
I'll
it?
add a toe.
3 toes.
Tree toes.
Will, you in for a toe?
No, I like my toes.
No,
Coward.
for baseball.
For baseball.
I'm young enough that I want my toes still.
Oh, jeez.
Talk to me in 20 years.
Dude,
Selfish bastard.
we got 3 toes in to be sitting right now somewhere in that stadium at the South Waterfront, looking out at the Willamette
Yeah.
and getting ready for first pitch in a couple hours doing our show out there.
And it hailing on us.
I don't care. I will deal. We got a roof for that, for God's sakes. The idea of that, oh my God. And I know the hail, but how about 2 days ago when it was
Well, it didn't hail yesterday.
78 degrees? I know the storm never came.
We will rebuild.
I did put my car in the garage though for fear of
Well, that's smart.
the hail. And then my
They
gal
said
got mad
gorilla.
at me and she's like, "What about my car?" I'm like, "Only one can fit, baby."
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Gorilla hail? I mean,
got a
come
nicer
on.
car.
We got to take gorilla
Exactly.
hail. We got to take that seriously. Although we didn't get any hail, we really didn't even get any wind, and we got a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
But our patio furniture is fine. So
Caused a bit of a kerfuffle at my place. I said she's got a rugged manly car, so hers could take it.
Girl, you something
I got a
else.
little girly car. I had to protect mine.
what's she driving these days?
She's got the Ford Bronco. That's made for the Gorilla Hail, is it not?
Ooh.
Yeah. She got to get out there. It's a manly rig with big manly tires. That should be able to handle the hail.
Well, we do have some March Madness. We got to get into Sook's Cougs. That's well, actually, our Cougs.
That's right.
Our Cougs.
Our Cougs.
I've been on the Cougs bandwagon.
Thank you.
We will get into that, but more opening day nuggies, including some history already made today. Next, here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Blazers are traveling south to take on the Kings in Sacramento. Jeremy Grant is listed as doubtful for tonight, still dealing with his knee injury. Sacramento is favored by 6.5, tip-off at 7. 4 big college basketball games on today. The action starts in about half an hour over in Newark, New Jersey. The Alabama Crimson Tide are taking on the BYU Cougars. Alabama is favored by 4.5. Then, 30 minutes later in San Francisco, you've got the Florida Gators continuing their win streak against Maryland. Right now, the Gators are favored by 6.5. The evening games start with Duke versus Arizona in the East. Duke is favored by 9.5. Tip-off for that one is scheduled for 6:39. And the final game of the evening has Texas Tech taking on John Calipari and his Arkansas Razorbacks. Tech is favored by 5.5. Tip-off for that one scheduled for 7:09. MLB opening day starts today. The Mariners are going to take on the Athletics at home in Seattle. Logan Gilbert on the mound for the M's. Luis Servino on the mound for the A's. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube.
Well, we already have history today. Opening day. One, the Giants have another opening day left fielder.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've talked about this here on the program before with Buckley.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive run.
That makes the 19th straight year that the San Francisco Giants have had a different opening day left fielder.
That seems almost impossible.
It really does.
Yes.
Not one.
No.
This is since Barry Bonds.
Yes, since Bonds left. And by the way, they've won 3 World Series during that time.
Yeah.
How have they not had the same left fielder once?
They have not.
It's mind-blowing.
And what's wild about it is while it has tied history, they still need one more year, and they set the all-time MLB record. So somebody, like it was like St. Louis back in the 50s.
Yeah.
Same thing, left field, 19 straight years, different guy.
Does seem kind of crazy. You think if it gets to next year, who was their left fielder this year?
Well, today, some guy named Ramos started.
Yeah. I'd like to believe that even if he had a breakout year, they move him to right field for just one game, just so,
Well, they're saying
it's 20 years.
They're already saying they're going to have a new one next year because Yastrzemski's a free agent.
Yeah.
And if he leaves, Ramos will probably move over there. And then you get another guy.
That's fantastic.
The other thing that happened today was Tyler O'Neill of the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah. Went yard again.
He went yard again. He has now homered on 6 straight opening days.
Yeah, that's kind of badass.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And that is a record.
Yeah, he's the oh God, why can't I think of his name? He's the Castellanos of opening day. Instead of tragedy, he just hits home runs on opening day.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
6 in a row. That's kind of badass.
That's crazy. And he's not even that great.
No, I wonder if you lay down a little bit of money. I wonder what that prop was. If he's
It was plus 365.
Ah,
and yes,
Big
I
Will
won
bets,
it.
everybody.
That's right.
kidding me? Will's on it.
Plus what?
Plus 365. Nice winner.
Nice bet.
Would you bet 50 cents?
$3, bitch.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Big shooter there.
Adley Rutschman hit 2 bombs today.
Yeah, the Orioles came out in, dude, they were crushing.
MVP.
They put like 12 up or something.
Yeah. They beat Toronto 12-2, I think.
Yeah, they absolutely curb stomped him. And then who was the cat from the Nationals that
Mackenzie Gore.
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore struck out 13? Yeah, he went 6 innings, gave up 1 hit, and fanned 13. And it's currently tied 3-3 with your Philadelphia Phillies.
No, I'm not a bet bragger, okay? You know that about me.
No, but you're about to. Will is.
No,
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Will doesn't. Yeah. He has no shame.
No.
I try not to. But I got to tell you about this one today.
Talk to me, Goose.
And I will offset it by telling you that I just lost. I had the Reds.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a good balance. I like to bet baseball. I don't bet much on baseball because it's a daily game, but it's I've got a little system that I try.
Kind of fun to spread out. I know remember a couple years ago you were trying to follow that.
Yeah, that did not work at all.
It didn't last very long. You're like, I'm out.
The worst. That was what was our system there? That we were trying to bet.
It was something about starting pitching.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it?
This year's about starting pitching. That one was about underdogs. It was plus money.
I thought it was underdogs and then quality pitching. Like when a quality pitcher and they were the underdog, like you bet on that. I thought there was something about
Tell you what,
a quality pitcher versus the underdog.
I can tell you this: it was a crap system.
It didn't work,
and we bailed within a month.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We got a new system this year. We'll see what happens. But 2 of them, one of them was the Reds. Mm-hmm. Today, they were home to the Giants.
Yeah.
Now this is a starting pitcher system, so you only bet the first 5 innings, right? Well, my dumbass placed on accident. I placed a bet on the Reds full game. Oh. It was supposed to be a first 5 bet. And guess what happened?
They were.
Do you want to guess what happened?
They were winning after 5.
Yes,
because I didn't see. I just saw they lost. Was it 6-5, 6-4?
Let me tell you what happened. After 5, they were up 3-2. Okay, that's what I wanted. Failed to place that bet. They were up 3-2 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs, and homeboy gave up a 3-run home run. Bottom of the 9th, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 3-run home run.
So you were betting on Green versus Webb, and you ended up betting on Reds Giants.
I was fading Webb. My system said to fade Webb fade Webb in April, and Green was a good day bet. Yeah. He likes day games. So anytime there's if you get 2 pitchers going against each other that says bet it or fade it, that's when I play.
Yeah.
So I would have won the bet, but I'm an idiot. So that offsets this. First 5 innings, Washington Nationals and Mackenzie Gore against Zach Wheeler and the Phillies.
Yes.
Gore, again, I think he's a day bet or a home bet, and Wheeler is bad in April. So I bet first 5 innings, Washington Nationals. Do you know what happened in that game?
I did see what
I don't even know who won.
it's going on
tied
right now.
in the
It's
ninth.
3-3.
It's tied.
It's 3-3, bottom of 9.
So in the bottom of the 5th, so Mackenzie Gore and Zach Wheeler had each given up exactly 1 hit.
Yeah, it was a pitcher's duel.
So in the bottom of the 5th, this is the end of the bet. Ruiz, the catcher for the Nationals, is up against Zach Wheeler with 2 outs. He proceeds to but his at bat lasts 12 pitches. 13th pitch, home run.
Which, by the way, would have been the only run that Wheeler gave up all game.
Well, yeah, but I needed it in the 5th.
Needed it in the 5th, and it didn't happen.
It did happen. I just told you.
Oh,
He hit a home run.
So you ended up winning that.
Yes.
Okay.
This is my bet brag. I just wanted to offset the bet brag with a bad beat that was my own fault because I didn't want to sound like, because I hate it when people go, oh yeah, I won this bet, I'm so good, and they don't tell you about the 5 bets that they lost.
Okay.
It's,
So
it's
you had
annoying.
you had a tasty one with that.
Yeah.
And then you got kicked in the nuts.
Ruiz hit a home run on the 13th pitch in the bottom of the 5th to go up 1-0. Daddy wins the bet.
I do enjoy that you have now taken to betting on the first 5 innings of baseball games.
It's way better because the starting because bullpens, you like the Reds game.
Yeah.
Great example. The Reds bullpen is a mess.
Well, and at this point in the year, too, bullpens from year to year,
Yeah,
like
you
hockey
don't know.
goalies, you have no idea.
That's the variance. What you do know is the starting
pitching.
pitchers, and that's why the first 5 I think is a little safer. But at any rate, I managed to somehow screw that up today. But anyway. It's opening day, damn it.
It's fantastic.
And screw the Dodgers.
Yeah, who are going to go, I don't know, like they're going to win
Screw
like
it.
154 games.
Are they the new villain? Do
I
we
don't-
hate the Dodgers now?
It's hard for me to hate the Dodgers because I think they have some likable players and they're not the Yankees. But I did see that they are the biggest favorite to win the World Series since it's like 2005,
2002.
2002.
The Yankees.
Yeah.
That was the Yankee team that had Clemens, Pettit, Mussina, and Wells.
Well, what would you like if you're trying to nitpick the Dodgers
And
besides
Jeter.
Mookie Betts having the trots? What? And by the way, if they do have a hole, it won't matter. They'll go fill it.
Yeah, they will.
They'll just go buy someone.
Yeah, they don't really have. I mean,
No, there is no holes.
maybe the bullpen, but they've done a good job of filling that. Screw the Dodgers. They're the new villain.
They're gonna be really good.
Yeah, so that Yankee team, if you want some hope, the Dodgers are the biggest opening day favorite to win the World Series since the 2002 Yankees. That Yankees team won 103 games. They were really good, but they lost in the ALDS.
Who'd they get clipped by?
They got clipped by the upstart Angels, the Rally Monkey,
Yeah, I remember the Rally Monkey.
and they ended up winning it all.
Yeah, that was oh God, who was the why can't I think of him? The MVP of that series.
I feel like the MVP of that series was maybe the little middle infielder guy.
Yeah, that's who it's the little scrappy guy whose name is
Dickie Schofield.
I don't think it was Dickie Schofield. No, why can't I think of that guy?
Yeah, well, what's his name?
How old
And they had Jared Washburn on the team. Remember him? Former Mariner. Great.
former Mariner great.
Yeah, how many of those Angels can you name?
It's driving me the.
Can you pull up their lineup? I'm going to take a crack at this.
I will. 2002 Angels.
Was that infielder Steve Creamroper?
It's Steed, not Steve.
I apologize to
Idiot.
Steve.
No, I think it's on the tip of my tongue.
That's driving me nuts.
Little second baseman,
Yeah, a little short middle
David
infielder.
Exton.
David Eckstein.
Yes!
I think that's it. I think that's it.
Why couldn't I? I was like,
The kid got it.
The text line.
He wasn't even alive. Oh,
I was alive.
yeah, they got it.
Yeah, I got that.
Garrett Anderson was on that team.
Garrett Anderson was on that
Tim
team.
Salmon was on that
Tim
team.
Salmon, yes.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Jared Washburn. Oh my God.
We can give you a Benji Molina.
Okay.
We can give you a Scott Spezio.
Spezio.
That doucher.
Former Mariner great.
Adam Kennedy.
Yeah, there you go.
X9,
Yeah.
Troy Gloss,
Yeah.
Garrett Anderson.
Oh, Gloss, yeah.
Yeah. Tim Salmon
Yeah.
and Brad Fulmer as your DH.
Who was their other pitchers?
Oh, let's see who their pitchers were. We got Washburn. Kevin Apier was on that.
Ape.
Aaron Seeley was on that.
Yeah.
Who else we got? I'm trying to think of who was their closer. Ramon Ortiz was on that. Yeah, and then just kind of
Boy, that doesn't sound like a championship team.
no, it does not, and yet
They beat the mighty Yankees.
They beat the mighty Yankees.
All right, let's get to March Madness coming up
Let's
on the
get
fan.
to going.
Thanks for making the
Well, we're about to turn our attention from the baseball to basketball
Yes.
because
The Sweet 16.
your and my BYU Cougars are about to take the court
Yes.
against Alabama.
And the first team to 90 wins because neither team plays any defense.
Yeah, that should be a good game. That might even be the best game of all 8.
Well, I think it's got a chance to be, again, because a lot of the games can kind of get ground down and you can get ugly, you can get sloppy play. And look, I'm not going to say this is going to be a great played game, but both teams are going to score a lot of points. Again, both teams, good offense, bad defense. This should be fun and entertaining. And of the matchups, and I know Alabama's good. I mean, SEC and of the teams that if you're talking about a 2 seed that BYU had to play, I'm not certain that I wouldn't just take Alabama. Because again, matchups make fights. And we've seen, like, I watched this BYU team and they're good, but when they play a defensive team, Houston just violates us. Like, there's nothing we can do.
Well, Iowa State can defend, and BYU beat them twice.
They did. Once they got a little fortunate with that. But I just would, if you are an offensive team, and BYU, like, nationally, it's like 90-something in defense. We don't play defense.
You know what, though?
So give me the squad that can try to just outscore us, and we'll see what happens.
I get you on that, but I got to tell you, sometimes the numbers are a little funky. BYU's defense, well, look, I'm not saying it's elite. They can defend. They're pretty active, and they're long. Those dudes in the middle, dude, those guys are they're pests, is what they are. And so I got to tell you, I've watched a lot of Alabama. I actually think BYU might have the better defense here. Now, they don't have BYU's offense is really good, but it's not as good as Alabama's. No. Alabama has one of the best offenses in the country, but I don't know, man. It's weird.
Did you see the total for this, by the way?
Yeah, it's 176. Well, we were talking about this yesterday.
It was at 168 at open. It is now 175.5.
And you went under, right?
I did once it got to 175.
Well, the other games, just to give you an idea, if you like the Turtles versus the Gators.
Ooh, I have a Turtles topic next.
Oh, we talking about their coach, their douchey coach?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God.
I have that audio if you want it as well.
Yeah, no, I do want that
ass
audio.
clown.
Let me just tease that by saying that I don't think I've ever seen this much turmoil on a Sweet 16 team.
There is a huge chunk of the Turtle fan base that wants this douche canoe fired right now. They do not want him to coach this game against Florida. And it's his own doing.
Yeah, so we'll get to that next. But anyway.
An idea. Like, so Maryland, Florida, 156. Duke, Arizona, 153. Arkansas, Texas Tech, that's 146.5. Dude, they got BYU set right now at 175.5. There will be no defense played, and I'm here for it. Let's go. Shoot the 3, baby.
Well, I didn't bet it. I feel like the line is about right, but let me tell you, I am squarely behind our Cougars.
Nice.
I love Richie Saunders.
Yes.
I think this coach is really good. They're scrappy, man.
Yeah.
And they can knock down some shots. It's all about knocking down shots.
Well, and we have the freshman kid, the Igor Denin, who was supposed to be like a top 3 or 4 pick. It's now more like a top 10.
He shows flashes,
but
though.
he's like 6'9", big 6'9" guard. He's starting to come around a little bit, and so
see, that's a good sign, because as a Kansas fan, I can tell you this: anytime they made a run in the tournament, every time they'll have star players, and the star players do what stars do.
Yeah.
But every time they made a run in the tournament and went deep, there's always somebody on the team that plays out of his mind that hadn't before.
Yeah.
There's always a guy that steps up that you're like, who is this guy? He was terrible this year, and now all of a sudden he's making everything. Yeah. You know who has that right now? Ole Miss has that right now, and so does BYU.
Yeah, they got a couple guys that are starting to contribute that all year long. It was kind of like, but as you said, like freshmen, it's hard to rely on freshmen, and he was supposed to be their best guy. He was like their 4th or 5th best guy, and it's starting to come around a bit. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Right? I mean, this is like BYU's second time in the Sweet 16 in like 30 years. So it's house money at this point, but if you can find a way.
It's a good place to be.
It is a good place to be. And like I said, of the games that you had to play one of the top seeds, I'll roll the dice with Alabama. Look, I know what happens when we play Houston. I know what would happen if we played Florida or Duke, but Bama, I'm cautiously optimistic. That's all I can say. Cautiously optimistic. What's waiting for you on the other side? Not so much.
All right, let's talk about the turmoil with the Terps, and it involves Kermit the Frog. Coming up next on The Fan. Welcome back. There's the crack of the bats opening day.
Yeah, we over
It's
here.
Rupp.
The Mets just paid Juan Soto $750 million to strike out to end the game with the winning run at the plate.
And there's Big Sook. Yeah, fire his ass. Get him out of here.
Well, I've already received
Loser.
several tweets and a couple texts making fun of the Juan Soto signing because, hey, 0-1 and Soto struck out with the game on the line, so of course he's a bum.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of baseball, right?
Oh, I don't know about that.
One
I mean,
game.
you signed him to get it done, and he didn't. But hopefully, in the next
Loser.
161 games,
Yeah.
he's able to get it done.
And actually, over the
probably
next-
won't remember this one.
over the 1,000 games because they signed him for
Well,
basically forever.
Yeah, but you though have Clay Holmes now, and
Yes.
that in and of it, we were sitting out there in the bullpen getting ready for the program, warming up, and our friend Jakey Poops is out there, and he of course is a Yankee fan, and the Yankees were coming down to the wire against the Brewers, and Devin Williams was getting ready to come in as their closer, and Jake said something so poetic, and it's how everyone was thinking, even if we're not a Yankee fan. He was like, I am so glad I don't have to sit through the Clay Holmes experience this year.
And I turned to him and said, actually, he's our opening day starter. So
Yeah, and he gave up 3 runs.
I gave up 2.
He sucks.
Gave up 2.
But every once in a while, he's good.
One was the throwing error.
He is a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And having him as your closer, I couldn't even imagine that.
Yeah, how about him being the opening day starter? So I'll take it. You told me he was going to give up 2 earned and a throwing error was going to cost us the third, and that's all the Mets were to give up. I'd say we
Well, he
win that
lost.
game.
No, he didn't pitch well.
Pitched fine.
He walked like 18
Not
guys.
4. He pitched,
4 guys!
He pitched fine.
No, he didn't.
Pitched fine.
You're going to hate him. I can't wait for the first time you start bitching about him.
He's
And
fine.
it might be next week.
He's fine.
All right.
Adequate. How about that?
So we have the Kevin Willard audio. This is a weird story.
It's-
I didn't know any of this until today.
yeah.
I hadn't been following.
Yeah.
But Kevin Willard is the head coach at Maryland, and they are, within 30 minutes, they play Florida in the Sweet 16.
And half of the fan base wants his ass fired right now and to not coach this game.
Maryland has a really good team. They hit the buzzer beater against Colorado State to advance.
The Crab 5.
Yeah, they call him the Crab Five. They got the freshman Derek Queen. But Willard has made waves because he has been bitching about NIL spending and the lack of it at Maryland all week.
Yes.
And he even was the one who said that, so their old AD, Maryland doesn't have an AD. The AD's name was Damon Evans. And Willard was the one that prematurely revealed that the AD was leaving for the same job at SMU because of SMU's NIL coffer.
Yes.
So he revealed that, and everybody's like, wait, what? So now they don't have an AD. He's bitching about NIL, and he is rumored to be the number 1 candidate at Villanova.
And really didn't do anything to dismay those rumors.
No, he's going to Villanova.
Yes.
He's leaving. The AD's leaving, and he's leaving. And it's pretty clear as dude, you can bitch about NIL, but why are you doing it when your team's in the NCAA tournament?
I don't know if you saw the video, but they were the Maryland fans were gathered. You know, they do the big send off to the Sweet 16. The fans booed him getting on the bus. His own fans hate him.
So I'm going to play some audio, but first I want to tell you that the president of Maryland is thought to have negotiated Kevin Willard's deal.
Yeah.
He tweeted yesterday that there would be a big announcement today. And so everybody was like, oh boy, he's going to fire freaking Willard, or Willard's going to Villanova, whatever.
Sure.
He announced that Kermit the Frog will be the commencement speaker
Yeah.
at Maryland.
It just when you are
The graduation.
when you're in the midst of a bit of a firestorm here and you tease a big announcement coming, who on earth thinks that that's a good idea to do to your fan base? Holy Maryland Terrapins.
So this is the one from today, Dr. Will,
This is the one from today.
where they're asking him about about NIL, and he talks about Florida.
It's a great clip.
You've been very open the last week about, trying to get greater NIL share, revenue share. I'm sure you saw Mike Loxley yesterday said he would prefer to keep some of these issues in-house. Why have you felt like kind of bringing this discussion in the open has been the best way to advocate for your program?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I think our biggest thing is we got to stop Clayton. He's really good. He shoots the basketball going left 48%. He shoots it right going at like 38%. So really, the last couple of days, trying to come up with a game plan to stop, Clayton, because I just think he's one of the best guards in the country that we've seen. And then really, obviously trying to fix our rebounding woes have been at the top of my mind too. So, yeah, it's a big problem.
God. So just to clarify, the president offered Willard a term sheet on a new contract after the AD left.
Yes.
And so that's why people were like, when the president tweets that there's a big announcement, they're thinking it's a Willard contract. I didn't explain that well enough. But so they thought, oh my God, they're bringing Willard back because Willard's rumored to go to Villanova and he's bitching about NIL. And then he gives them the big Kermit the Frog news.
Yeah.
And Willard said, as of now, I'm staying. That was his quote.
As of now.
As of now, I'm staying.
Yes.
So
he's
going to Villanova.
He has basically led a in-house insurrection against his AD, against the university president, against the school itself. Has said, as of now, I'm the head coach. He's getting booed. Have you seen the clip of him getting booed?
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like, they're leaving the facility, getting ready to go play in the Sweet 16 against number 1 Florida, and his own fans are holding up the camera while they boo him. They don't want him there. He doesn't want to be there. It's the most awkward thing ever, and it's his own doing.
There's just I've never seen a team at this stage of the tournament have this much turmoil.
No.
It's crazy.
And by the way, let me also point out that
they might lose by 50 tonight.
That Queen, the freshman, right, that hit the game-winning travel against Colorado State. This is the same group that when the reporter asked the freshman, what does Willard do to get your attention? And his response was, well, he paid us that money.
Well, that's what I'm like with he's bitching about NIL, but they were able to get Queen.
Yeah.
So
I honestly
he was one of the most coveted 5-star guys there was.
Well, and let's not act like Willard has had this tremendous track record of success.
Well, he's been there 3 years.
Been 3 years, right? Last year he didn't even make the tournament. He went 16 and 17. This to me screams of, dude, you're setting the stage for you leaving. That's all it is. You don't want to be there. You know you're not going to be there. And so you're just picking a fight to make some sort of soft landing for when you eventually leave and take the Villanova job.
Yeah.
It just, that's one of those, we see this all the time. Like, when you're dating someone or in a marriage and seemingly for no reason, the partner just kind of starts picking fights and you're like, what are you doing? Well, you're trying to pick a fight so you can be like, well, I don't know, this just isn't working. I tried to make it work. No, you didn't try to make it work. You don't want to make it work. You already have one foot out the door. And that's the crappy part is
crazy.
Transfer portal, coaches leaving, all that stuff. I get it. It happens. But that's the part that sucks is you're in the middle of a really, really cool run here. One of the only, really, I think the only buzzer beater we've had this whole tournament. And that fan base at Maryland, it's a great fan base with a great tradition there. They can't even enjoy this because they've got a coach that they don't want there. And by the way, as soon as he leaves for Villanova, the Crab Five, dude, half of those kids are going to end up as Villanova. So if you're a Maryland fan right now, are you sitting there just like, are you even excited about this?
I mean, I think you are. It's your school. But
yeah.
I don't know.
With a coach,
I don't know.
With a coach that
it's uncharted territory. I don't know how to. I wouldn't know how to feel. I guess it's
weird.
Just your school, and
yeah,
you just hope they go as far as possible.
But
wouldn't that be something if they win the title?
They win the whole thing,
and then he goes to Villanova,
and he would anyways, because he ain't coming back. Someone said, "Hey, Coach Willard, you guys got to wear the traveling call. Just pipe down and go over to Villanova."
Come on,
and that's the part I don't get. You're leaving. Just shut up. Just be quiet. You're gone. So what good does it do to start an online feud with your own university? And then as of right now, again, how about just, I'm really focused on my guys right now. And, I just think it does everyone a disservice to talk about any sort of rumors as opposed to, hey, as of right now,
I'm staying.
Hey, Rob, I want you to know, I'm not here to say what's going to happen on Monday, but as of right now, I'm your co-host.
Oh,
We'll deal with Monday.
did you know that? Well, this will actually end up being funny. Yeah. As of right now, I will be here Monday.
As of right now,
I'm out Monday. We'll be right back. Hey, can you move a faculty luncheon?
What?
Shouldn't you be able to move a faculty luncheon?
No, those are set in stone.
That's next on The Fan.
Yeah.
Well, while the NCAA tournament is going on, so is the NIT.
Oh.
Yeah, we got the NIT, and
Can't wait.
We had a little Well, what do you mean? It's on right now. Like it's been going on. We had games last night.
What about the college basketball? Is it the Crown?
Yeah, that tournament. I'm not sure that's started yet.
Well,
Has it?
I read an article today saying the UFL, the United Football League, is supposed to start tomorrow, but there may be a players' strike.
Oh, why?
The players want health care.
Oh,
And apparently the league is dug in and is
Losers.
saying no. So as of right now, they don't have a agreement, even though the games are supposed to happen tomorrow. So it's a bit awkward. And they said that if those games, because Fox owns half that league, and they said if they can't play the games, they're going to fill the slots with like reruns of The Masked Singer and whatnot. And then if it extends another week, they're going to fill it in with such illustrious programming as the new college basketball Crown tournament.
nice.
Will take the place.
Yeah,
of
I'm looking at the bracket.
the UFL games.
Oregon State's in it.
Oh, without their best player who's in the transfer portal.
They're taking on UCF. So that they play Monday and Tuesday is when that starts.
Exciting.
It's a 16 team tournament.
How many?
16.
Oh, I couldn't tell
then-
if you were saying 16 or 16.
No, 16.
Yeah.
The Beavs are in there.
Yeah.
And then you have, I think there's a CIT or something. I don't know. But the NIT is going on in North Texas.
I think there's a CBI. I think the CIT might
Oh.
be this thing now.
Yeah, you're right. CBI.
Yeah.
That's right. And yes, it's 13-12 BYU at the first time out. This game's going over.
Yeah, there will be no defense play. The only time someone doesn't score is when there is an errant pass. BYU had the nerve to try to throw an alley-oop. Don't do that.
What happened?
Yeah, we just threw it out of bounds. But yeah, both sides now it's 15-15 and we're just launching threes.
Well, North Texas is making a run at the NIT title.
Okay.
But they had to do it by going on the road instead of playing at home where they were supposed to play.
Oh no.
Because they had a staff appreciation luncheon at their gym.
Really?
Yeah, and they couldn't move it. So nobody expected them to be in the NIT or like winning games in the NIT. So their game, they were supposed to play Oklahoma State at home on Monday night. They had to go play in Stillwater because of the faculty luncheon.
You couldn't move.
Couldn't
I
move
told
a
you,
luncheon.
you don't move a faculty luncheon. You don't. By the way, why is the luncheon happening in the basketball arena?
Well,
Does North Texas have is it like a condensed facility? No. Now,
Big
granted,
faculty.
what?
A lot of faculty. Big campus.
but
Is it?
I don't know.
Can't you move that to like a performing arts hall or I don't know. I mean,
Well, here's the other thing about it, which is kind of funny, is that the Mean Green of North Texas,
yes.
they have been to the NIT 3 straight years. They won it one year. You would think you would block out
The NIT.
the the arena for your big NIT run. You're like an NIT juggernaut.
That's disappointing that they didn't have faith, or did they have too much faith believing that North Texas would make the NCAA tournament? Is that betting on or betting against your Mean Green?
I just think you got to go with what history tells you. It's like that's an NIT team,
I just
every year.
love the idea of someone going to, I don't know, Fred Kazamayass, who's the head coach of North Texas, I don't know, and being like, hey, Fred, hate to do this to you, buddy, but you know that big home court advantage you were banking on? Yeah, you're gonna have to go take this on the road. Why? I got a faculty luncheon, and we already paid for the tablecloths. This thing's catered. Deposits have been made, Fred. What do you want from me? All right, the faculty's not putting up with this crap.
Well, the AD said that they did explore alternative venues for the luncheon, but they couldn't find it. They're north of Dallas.
Well,
They can't go. I guess Denton's pretty small, but I
just love
it's got to be somewhere.
I love this. Like every now and then you hear something about this where someone schedules like a monster truck rally and their arena isn't available. I know the last year the Whitecaps were playing the Timbers in either in a playoff game or to decide who got into the playoffs, and the Whitecaps were supposed to be the home team, and they had to move it down to Portland because I do believe there was a monster truck rally at the at the Rogers Arena, and they're like, monster trucks move for no one. You got to bring a lot of dirt in. Sorry, boys. Get your ass on a plane. Head on down to Portland. Love it.
You want the best part?
Yeah, talk to me.
The women's team is in the Sweet 16 of the NIT as well, and they too had to go on the road. Both teams.
Yeah, we're now learning about the importance of the NIT. God forbid it's the CBI or the college basketball crown. That and they probably lose money on these things. Maybe they make money on the alumni luncheon thing or whatever. You got to buy like raffle tickets, and the NIT is a losing proposition. And hey, North Texas, man, you got to fill those coffers.
They knew they would probably play a home game, though. That's what's wild about it. But they must have had it scheduled way ahead of time.
So which is the funnier story? The fact that the WNBA and UFL are threatening player strikes, or that North Texas had to move their 2 NIT games due to faculty luncheons? Which is a more absurd story?
I'm going to go with the faculty luncheons because players, they want what they want. They have rights.
Yes, but this
they
is
have rights.
The WNBA has been losing money, bleeding money for like 30 years. They've never once turned a profit. Not once have they come close. And finally, they seem to have a footing. Like they got airfare travel. They got a star in Caitlin Clark, right? They got a couple of ones that coming up. Like Juju's a big deal.
Caitlin Clark is white.
You're finally starting to kind of maybe start to peer over the fence. And your bright idea is, hey, we may just sit this one out. And the UFL, for God's sakes, how many spring football leagues have collapsed? The UFL is literally 2 collapsed leagues coming together to play after 1 year.
Hey, you don't have a league without the players.
And now you're sitting there being like, you know what, guys? Not doing this. It's the day before your season starts. And you're like, yeah, we're not doing this.
No, I'm going luncheon. That's more absurd. And I'm also told by my sources that Illinois, this was back in 2010. This isn't the first time this has happened. Illinois made the NIT, and they couldn't play at home because they had Cirque du Soleil in town.
Again, what do you get? Hey, those things are pre-booked. Those are money makers, Rob. You know what makes money on the NIT?
What? Quite frankly, I'm guessing Cirque du Soleil is a big money maker.
Yes. Now the luncheon one is the luncheon
faculty luncheon. God,
I just gotta believe. And again, like Will, you went to I've been to your campus. Your campus is
beautiful.
Really, it's small.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, but it's very small.
Yes.
I still gotta believe, even on your campus, like, don't you have another place you could hold a luncheon?
We have like 3, and it was a big deal when we had to move Marky Basie to the gym.
Right? Like, you can walk across your campus in like 12 minutes. And you're telling me the entire campus of North Texas, we can't find a place to move the faculty luncheon? I'd like to think this is a purpose pitch by academic folk. You know, they're like, no.
Or they're just trying to get the team into the NCAA tournament. Like, look, we'll move the luncheon, but not for the NIT.
Not for the NIT. Like, you guys suck just enough to piss us off.
That's right.
But good enough to where we're not going to fire you, and we're drawing a line right here.
Good little team, but you're not in the field of 69.
And we won't move for the NIT. I love that story. I have not heard of that, and that story warms my heart. That's great.
All right. Oh, it's in the news time. Guess what?
What? It's been a couple days without my ITN. I need it.
Another In-N-Out is coming.
Oh.
Burger.
By the way, I have another hot In-N-Out review.
Okay. Did you take
No. But the elder Japanese whatever father figure, he went to In-N-Out in San Francisco. He had hot In-N-Out takes.
He doesn't like it either. Smart man.
Yeah. He's disgusted.
Mizumi or whatever his name is. What's his name?
Mamoru.
All right. In the news is next, but first, Will with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, one college basketball game already in action. Right now, Alabama is up 27-23 over BYU halfway through the first half there. Later on today, in about 10 minutes, you are going to have the Florida Gators taking on Maryland. Right now, the Gators are favored by 6.5. The evening games are going to start with Duke taking on Arizona. Right now, Duke is favored by 9.5. Tip-off for that one scheduled for 6:39. Then wrapping up the action starting at 7:09, you've got Texas Tech against Arkansas. Right now, Texas Tech is favored by 5.5. MLB opening day got underway today. The Yankees were able to hold off the Brewers late charge in the ninth. They won that game 4-2. The Orioles had 4 home runs. Cedric Mullins had 2 of those. They beat the Toronto Blue Jays in Canada 12-2. In extras, the Phillies were able to beat the Nationals 7-3. They got 4 of their 7 runs in extras. The Phillies did. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black
All right. Alabama is only on pace for 120 points.
There is 11 minutes left in the first half, and Bama, I believe, has shot 17 threes already.
How many have they made? Because it seems like they've made all of them.
Yeah, they're shooting 50% from the three-point line.
Well,
we,
on
the other hand,
how do they make 7.5 three?
They've only shot 16.
So they've made 8.
8 of 16.
Okay.
You know.
The ones that I have seen, not been very well guarded.
As I stated earlier, we don't play
Nice
any
pass.
defense at all at BYU. We're not about defense.
Uh-oh.
We're about scoring and winning championships.
You know who
We're
I like?
finishing third.
Listen, I'm with you on your Cougs. I've been with you the whole time, okay?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I like that Grant Nelson kid from Alabama, the kid with the mustache.
He's from like North Dakota State or
yeah,
something.
he's from North Dakota.
So I see that you're already changing your
I
exciting
kind of
whites.
am. I'm hedging a little bit now.
We're going to their exciting.
I kind of like Grant Nelson. He was in the Final Four last year.
So I see that you've taken their exciting white over our exciting whites.
Nice player. Nice player. Yeah. Hey, it's a good ball game. 32-28.
Yes.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Because again, this thing's going the distance.
Alabama's up 32-28 with 8.5 minutes left in the first half.
And someone asking, yes, the guy Rob is talking about is the one with the molester stash.
Yes,
that is
correct.
Yes.
It is March 27, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your other newsman. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated.
Still sitting.
It is National Spanish Paella Day.
Ooh, paella is delightful. Now, is Spanish paella different than like other paella?
Well, I think they're the originators of the paella, but I do believe that maybe paella is there are other countries and cultures that make a paella. But the Spaniards, you can't beat their paella.
Yeah. It's quite delicious, though.
I love paella too. It is also International Whiskey Day.
Well, hate to say this, no offense to paella, but
whiskey. If you had to eliminate one, paella or whiskey.
Yeah, it's taking me half a second to eliminate paella.
Not even close. No. What if it were? See, I got to tell you something.
You thinking about it?
Well, no. But if you gave me the choice of Irish whiskey versus paella,
really?
I'm out on Irish whiskey, so I'll take paella all day.
I'm an Irish whiskey drinking son of a bitch.
I know you are.
That's my favorite.
So is Luka Doncic, apparently.
I think maybe a bit too
Probably
much.
more so than you.
Probably more so than me. And that says something because I do enjoy my Irish whiskeys.
No tornado, no hail.
No.
Just a little rain, a little breeze yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know how they screw that up so bad, but
yeah, there was a lot of fear mongering going on.
There sure was.
Oh yeah.
We will rebuild.
Storm of the century.
But we did set a temperature record yesterday.
Oh, what do we got?
Again. I don't know.
So we set a record, but you're not aware of what the record was?
Well, we set one Tuesday, but I think we also set one Wednesday.
I don't know if it was accurate, because I don't know about you. I never take the car reading as...
No, it's not that accurate.
But the car hit 80.
Yeah, I saw 80 in my car too.
Yeah, I don't know if that was accurate, but it was warm. I broke out the shorts for the first time this year.
Look at you.
Yeah. Broke out the corduroy old school OPs.
Your hairy white legs dangling out of there.
Let the thighs breathe a little
they just
bit.
hit another one. My God.
Well, again.
Guard somebody.
No.
Sears hasn't missed.
That's not what we do. We don't guard anybody. That's the way we play, and that's the way we like it. Hey, we're hanging tough.
And it makes me sad.
BYU shooting like 16% from behind the arc, and we're within 5.
16%?
Yeah, we're
What are they shooting?
Alabama is now 9 of 18 from behind the arc.
50%.
BYU is 1 of 6.
Okay, they've only taken 6, huh?
Yeah, and yet we're
They're trying to pound them inside.
We're within 5. The exciting whites, we've got them right where we want them right now. We're fine.
I'm not sure that you do, but
it would be nice if we closed out on a 3 once. Just maybe a hand in the face occasionally would be nice.
Well, we've got a new application for In-N-Out Burger in the city. Well, not Portland.
So another mid-burger that I won't be eating?
Yeah, you're definitely not eating this one because it is far from us.
Is it Gresham?
Yeah, they're talking about Gresham.
Yeah.
Way out by like Mount Hood Community College.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
It's 1979 Northeast Burnside.
I've stated for the record many a time, there's just certain things in this world that don't make sense to me, and they don't have to make sense. It's not for me, I get it. But I truly do not understand the love, the affinity, the cult-like following of In-N-Out. I don't
either.
understand it.
I think it shows you that Californians can't be trusted.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I think that's what that means.
Literally every person in my life that has tried In-N-Out for the first time. I told you, the big-time Japanese dad went to San Francisco before he came to Portland, and he was all excited, right? He heard about the In-N-Out. He went down to the one at whatever it is, Pier 39, waited in line and got it, and he was like, what? He was disgusted. He's like, what are we doing here? And then it made it upset everyone's stomach. He's like, it made no sense. He was disgusted. And I had to apologize.
The fries are even worse.
I had to apologize for
Not
the
animal
American
style.
crappy burger.
Fries are awful.
Not animal style.
What is animal? What does that mean?
There's a secret menu, man.
Dude, what?
It's fine. Like
In-N-Out's stupid.
I'm not waiting in line for the In-N-Out order, but I do like In-N-Out.
I mean, I think it's fine too, but it's not. It comes with such acclaim that it's just bound to disappoint.
And I love the idea, like animal style. Oh no, Thousand Island dressing on your fries.
Is that what it?
It's
That's
their
what that
cheese.
It's their whatever their
It's good.
Burgerville spread or whatever. It's like, oh, these secret animals. It's so stupid.
They have a secret menu that Soup does.
That's how dumb In-N-Out is. The secret menu.
You're pissed.
It just makes no sense.
This man's pissed.
People will wait in line for an hour.
Right. Not
to
doing
get
that.
It's a fast food burger.
Agreed.
I don't get it.
Yeah, someone asked, does it tell us something? It's way out in Gresham. No. I think they just like to put, the one down in Salem's right off 5-5 there.
Yeah.
Or it's not even in Salem, it's like
Kaiser.
I think they just like to put them where it's easily accessible by car.
The Ridgefield one will be right off I-5 as well.
And there might be something to it. I know, like outlet malls do this. There's a science. They do not put outlet malls in cities. Right. They put it to where you have to make it a destination to go to because it's like a trigger. Hey, I'm driving all the way out here. I have to do it.
The idea is that the deal you have to drive to get the deals. They're not just like
yes.
It's like yes, it's a drive, but
the deal. I think In-N-Out is secretly doing that where it's like you have to like, hey, I got an idea. Let's go to In-N-Out, and it's like an adventure to go get a mid burger. I'm convinced that if you put an In-N-Out just in the middle of Portland, within like a week, everyone would be like, what?
Well, I think it's like...
This line is stupid. I'm not eating this crap.
But I think it's more because there haven't been In-N-Outs up here. And like when I was a kid, like that was the big thing when you went down to California. But once they're here in like 5 years, no one will care.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's the forbidden fruit.
It was for the longest time.
Yeah.
It had that kind of... Because anytime you drive I-5, you'd be in California, you'd be like, oh, I got to get it In-N-Out.
Man, it's one of those things that I will never probably fully understand how that became such a big deal.
All right.
But the people of Gresham...
It's going in place of a Sherry's,
Yeah,
they're saying.
They got to do something with the Sherry's.
Yeah.
Are they going to tear it down, or are they going to make the...
They're going to tear it down.
Oh, that's disappointing. My favorite thing is when you see a place that used to be a Pizza Hut that's clearly not a Pizza Hut anymore, but it's still maintained the Pizza Hut shape. I love that. I love when you go through and it's,
You can tell.
You can be whatever. You're like, be Pizza Hut.
I know what used to be here.
I was kind of hoping that would be the Sherry's Cafes and Pies. Like they tore down the Sherry's right by my house, and it's now a Shake Shack and a Starbucks, like a combo. And it's a really nice new modern building, and it makes me sad. I wanted them to just put it in the Sherry's. Just keep the Sherry's. And
it makes me sad.
You know that's the Sherry's Cafes and Pies that is no more, but they burned it.
All right, is it curtains for the kids? That's next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window and
All right, nice to have you along. It's in the news. March 27, 2025. Maryland is underway. Remember we were talking about the turmoil at Maryland.
Yes.
Queen seems to be either yelling at his coach or I think it might be the official that he's yelling at.
I kind of hope Maryland loses by 30.
But it's 7-6 Florida early in that game.
Alabama, there's 4 minutes left to go. Alabama has taken 26 threes and has hit 12 of them.
They're up 10.
They're up 10.
Danger zone time for BYU.
It is
You got to keep
danger
this
zone.
close right here.
I would really enjoy it if BYU could attempt.
I don't.
Remember when I said we played no defense?
Yeah.
I thought maybe that would be like more like
Oh my God.
occasionally play. It's another open three. I know. Like just.
Well, I was the one that said I think their defense is better than its stats, but I don't. I'm wrong about that.
Because every one of these threes is literally wide open, uncontested.
They're at 80 points with 3:45 left in the first half. So that's not. I mean, that's close. It's like right on the over/under number.
175.
We'll see. Well, is it curtains for the kids, Jace?
Talk to me.
The performing arts.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we need them.
Cuts.
We want them.
Cuts are coming.
Yeah. Beginning September 1, the Oregon Children's Theater is indefinitely halting all programming.
Well, I'm always sad when I see things close. I would also like to point out I've never been to the Children's Theater. I don't know what happens to the Children's Theater. So I'm part of the problem because I don't go to the Children's Theater, but I do want to have a vibrant arts community. It's like when the Shakespeare Festival was was closing down in Southern Oregon. I was like, that sucks, but I'm not going to it.
Yeah. The only thing I think, because I've never been, don't go either, but the only thing I think when I see this is like, man, you have all these taxes, all these different taxes, you know, that you have, and special taxes and stuff to like keep things afloat.
Yes.
And yet,
It doesn't.
things just continually shut down citing funding.
I know.
It's like there's one person siphoning off all of our money, and we're not paying attention to it.
This was what I said about
What has happened?
That's what I said about the Shakespeare Festival. Like, I get it. You're in a budgetary crunch. Can you not trim some fat to keep everything open, or do you need everything running as such?
Well,
we
pay an arts tax in Multnomah County.
yeah.
Does that help? I mean, like, why? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. And I will say, if no one goes to something, I don't know, and it goes away, is that?
That's fair.
But again, I don't.
But you still want it for the kids.
I don't want to live in a world where you don't have exposure to. There's a huge benefit in life to having opportunities for people to be exposed to sports, to art, to culture, and I think it's worthwhile to invest in those things to a point. So I think this sucks, but I honestly don't know enough about it to comment of whether or not this thing should be saved. Hopefully some dude with a big checkbook can come in and stroke a check and keep it going.
Or woman.
Or a woman. Sorry.
Come on, man.
Sorry. I do go to the Keller to see all the Broadway Across America shows. Does that count?
Well,
I mean, that's
no,
art.
It doesn't.
Hamilton's,
Well, I guess they're building a new Keller, aren't they?
Hamilton's worth going to see. It's freaking amazing. Book of Mormon's coming.
Aren't they building a new Keller? Or redoing it or moving it or something?
What's wrong with old
They're
Keller?
moving the Keller? I don't think you can do that.
No, I think they're.
Are they going to put it the fountain across the way?
I think they're building a new one. Am I wrong about that?
I couldn't tell you.
You googling?
I am.
Because I'm not.
Maybe that's where the money went, to new Keller.
It says Portland. This is from October. It says Portland approves Keller Auditorium upgrade. Proceed with both renovation of the 100-year-old Keller Auditorium and the construction of a new performing paywall.
Is that Oregon Live?
Damn it.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Hold on. There's another one on KGW. Hey, tell you what. During the break, I'll see if I can get to the bottom of this for you.
Yeah, I thought we talked about that recently, but I don't know.
Well, it was October.
Can't remember anything. Well, sorry, kids. And finally, Jace, we misspent your money, so let's change the law so that you have to give us more.
I love giving government more money.
You like this,
It's my
right?
favorite thing.
So this... Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Paywall.
Paywall.
No, it's reloading. I don't know if I put the right link. Ah, damn it.
How do I know where my new stolen money's going?
We'll get there eventually.
I just saw this come across my timeline. You know, effective field goal percentage, that advanced analytic. Bama is shooting 71% from field.
45-36. It's, they're hanging around.
You know what?
They're bricking a lot. What's
BYU's
BYU?
BYU is shooting 11% from the three-point line.
Yeah, so they'll start to go in for that.
11%.
I mean, don't you think they'll start to go in for them?
Alabama's attempted 31 field goals. 27 of them are three-pointers.
But here's the thing: we knew that BYU wasn't going to guard Alabama.
Yeah.
But BYU needs to just knock down more shots.
1 of 9 from behind the arc, probably not going to get it done.
Okay, here we go. This is from KATU. This is the final story for today's ITN.
Yes.
More and more local government leaders across Oregon want lawmakers to start the process of changing voter-approved property tax laws.
Oh.
As local governments face multi-million-dollar budget shortfalls ahead of the fiscal year.
Take more from us.
Exactly.
Cool.
No, they not even that. They want to change the law.
Let's do it. Why not? I think we can all agree the one thing that
so stupid.
unites us all is we don't feel that we pay nearly enough in taxes.
Particularly property taxes.
One of the reasons I don't live over on this side of the river is the property taxes scare the bejesus out of me.
What they're saying is cities and counties caps on property tax revenue growth don't allow them to keep up with rising expenses. See, I just hate this stuff.
What rising expenses are there?
Especially with inflation, healthcare costs, and Oregon's public employees retirement system, or PERS.
I'll tell you what, that's like what goes on with the post office. I think, by the way, a BYU guy just punched someone in the face.
Oh.
It's about time.
I hope he did.
Yeah, the PERS thing, I'm all for taking care of people, but some of that PERS stuff is freaking nuts.
Yeah, I thought they toned that down, haven't they? Over
I
the
know
years?
they have with like the police departments and whatnot. Mike Belotti's getting a bunch. Oh yeah, dude, we just slapped the hell out of that guy. It's about time we got physical with him. Yeah, this guy's about to get kicked out.
Local governments blame Measures 5 and 50. Put simply, Measure 5 limits property taxes in proportion to a property's real market value, and Measure 50 caps assessed property value growth at 3% a year, and they're saying that's not good enough to keep up with costs.
Yes, let's just
so they want to change those laws.
Yeah,
that's what they want to do.
Just take more, because people get so much for their taxes now. Cool.
Yeah, they're saying the property tax system is broken. It prevents cities from adequately providing services for taxpayers. I just think that's such bullshit.
Agreed.
When you, God, man,
Oh, we're getting Rob
I'm
going.
just kidding.
Let's go. Let's go.
You know what? MAGA. MAGA. I'm all MAGA now. Bring it on. I'm going to get my MAGA hat tonight.
Property taxes. That's what happens as you get older. You find one thing and you're like, no.
Know. Here's what people tell you. This is why I said that. Is people will be like, you'll bitch about something like that.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh, see? This is why I voted for Trump. Like, well, no. Not necessarily, but this in Portland, come on, man. It's getting regal darn ridiculous.
It is getting ridiculous.
I'm hitting pothole after pothole. You're getting thousands of dollars from me in property taxes every year, and now you want to change the law to get more.
That's right.
Fix the damn potholes first, and then maybe I'll vote for a property tax change.
Would be nice if they gave you a little something for your
Today I got a certified letter from PBOT today.
About what?
Do you want to guess? Certified letter, meaning the mail lady had to come up to the door. I had to sign for it.
Yep.
They know I got it.
Yep.
It's like I was served papers by the freaking Bureau of Transportation.
Something about your street?
My trees are blocking the stop sign.
Can't have that.
I have 15 days.
Responsibility.
God, man.
By the way, I would do that because you imagine if there's a wreck.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did it today.
Yeah, you get up there and trim that damn tree.
And it wasn't that bad, but I get it. I get.
They're not going to trim that tree for you.
Well, that's my thing is like, can you not just? I mean, they come through and do the power lines. They come through and do the tree trimming. Can you not just help me out a little bit?
Trying to save money, baby.
How much do I pay here?
Not enough.
And I have to run my trees through you?
Don't have to pay enough. They need more.
I'm just gonna
Do it. Should I just buy you the red hat now?
I'll rock it, dude.
When are you getting your Cybertruck?
You won't catch me dead in one of those. Those things are so ugly.
Oh, come on. See you driving around in one of those.
I might do that for Halloween though. Buy a Cybertruck and put on my MAGA hat and go cruising around
Can you return a Cybertruck like
for a day.
After a day? Like, yeah, I just was doing bits with this.
Well, I'll have somebody throw a Molotov cocktail in it, and then I'll hit insurance up. Does it go well, right?
I think that's probably a good plan. I like that.
All right. That's in the news, March 27, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. We've got a lot of scores to update you on. Opening day, and the Sweet 16 is underway. We have an injury at Florida. Injury at Florida. Not at Florida, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
A Florida kid is hurt.
Yeah, the
And that's not
entire
good.
state of Florida.
That's not good.
Someone went down.
So we'll get to that next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, couple of early college basketball games going on right now. There is 20 seconds left to go in Newark, New Jersey. Alabama is leading BYU 50-40 in that one. Then in the West region, right now you've got Florida up 22-19 over Maryland. Maryland's gone on a run to come back and get back into that game. That one has 8:20 left to go in the first half. You got a couple of baseball games in action right now. Cardinals are up 4-3 over the Twins. Dodgers are up 1-0 over the Tigers. It's the top of the fourth. Tigers do have the bases loaded, but they do have 2 outs in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Thursday. It is your Sports Bros. I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there. He's back. He's not feeling very good because BYU, is it halftime yet?
It's halftime.
What's the score?
There's like 17 seconds left. It's 51-40.
Okay.
By the way, that 175, which is by far the highest over/under total, well within reach here. Alabama has cooled off a little bit. They have shot 27 threes in the first half. They're shooting 44.5%, which is down from the 51 they shot most of the first half. BYU, on the other hand, in case you were wondering, has attempted 12 three-pointers. Would you care to guess how many we've made?
2.
1.
Oh, no.
Would you care to guess the percentage on that?
Well,
it's a robust 8%.
Yeah.
We're shooting 8%.
Oh, no.
For God's sake.
Oh, no.
I know we weren't going to play any defense, but 8%? 8?
Well, look at it this way. It can only get better.
And by the way, of those 34 attempts for Alabama, 27 behind the arc, I'm going to say that at least 75% of them have been uncontested. It does appear to be a 3-point set shot contest for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Well, there's always the second half.
There is a second half. Monster comeback.
Hang
Here
in
we
there,
go.
fella.
Here we go.
Will you give up 100?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I mean, they got 51, right?
They'll give up 100.
So you're going to have to score 110?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not happening.
No, probably not. But still 17 seconds left. I think we're going to the free throw line. So we can cut this lead to 9. Let's go.
All right, we'll have our NFL Thunder Thighs segment coming up.
Ooh. When was the last time you heard old Thunder Thighs?
Right there.
Except Thunder Thighs, I think now is a compliment. The ladies in the gym, they embrace the Thunder Thighs.
They are not going to appreciate it if you're like, I like your Thunder Thighs.
I don't know if you would call them Thunder Thighs, but they're embracing. The gals with the big legs are wearing the shorty shorts nowadays.
What has now become a 15-yard penalty in the NFL will be among the topics there. Why Duke is mad at White Lotus, and the craziest food you can get at a Major League Baseball park in 2025. We'll have that in the club because today is opening day.
Yes.
We heard the crack of the bat.
I don't do a lot of crazy ballpark food. Are you
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
I stick with the wildest thing I'll get, like at the Mariner game. I'll do like a helmet full of nachos. Or I guess, yeah. The batting helmet nacho. I'll
100%.
I'll venture into that. But for the most part, a couple dogs, a couple beers.
Will you do a Seattle dog?
Yeah. But I don't need to venture into weird, you get all the strange, or you're getting some brisket on something. I keep it pretty simple at a ball game.
All right. I think we're ready for the hot 5 at 5.
hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Do you remember the name Jeremy Pruitt?
Jeremy Pruitt, the football coach, Jeremy Pruitt
Correct.
of Tennessee fame that did not
Yes.
last very long.
Yes, he was fired at Tennessee in January of 2021 amid an NCAA investigation into recruiting violations. He has now filed a lawsuit claiming that he was a sacrificial lamb, and he is saying he has $100 million in lost wages.
It's a lot of money. I mean,
He's suing the NCAA.
what for?
He is saying that they conspired with Tennessee and other parties to make him a sacrificial lamb in an investigation into violations of recruiting. He is claiming $100 million in lost wages as a result of the process. With a direct financial stake in the outcome and in the face of a glaring conflict of interest, the NCAA empowered the university to use its own attorneys to investigate the university, including Pruitt, and to determine the scope of the investigation into alleged rules violations during Coach Pruitt's tenure as head coach.
Can I
Number
also point
4.
out that Jeremy Pruitt went 5-7, 0-5, and 0-7 in conference play, and
Hey, $100 million.
well, but so they conspired to fire him, even though he won 5 games in 3 years.
Well, I think isn't that maybe what he's saying? He's like they kind of conjured up.
Did they need to conjure anything up? He sucks.
I don't know.
Confused. I guess
Fired.
They did vacate all his big wins.
Fired by Iowa, Fran McCaffrey has quickly been hired by Penn. He's going there. He played there.
Yeah, I guess he's bringing some. I saw there was a big excitement about bringing high energy because nothing says high energy like the guy that got fired by Iowa.
Well, do you know Fran McCaffrey? Have you seen Fran McCaffrey? I can tell you he is not high energy.
Is there anything that's high energy about? Like, Iowa is not high energy. By the way, I want to be fair to Jeremy Pruitt because some of those were vacated, those wins, because of the rules violations. He went 16-19 at Tennessee in 3 years.
Yeah.
16-19. Hey,
100 million.
Jeremy, they didn't need an excuse to fire your ass. You sucked.
Just 9 games left for your Portland Trailblazers. 6 of those are on the road, including tonight in Sacramento. Portland sits tied with Dallas. They are 3 back of Phoenix for the 10 seed and a play-in spot.
Yeah, the math probably doesn't add up to that, but you know, you're going to end up somewhere in the 8, 9, 10 range of the draft. They're playing well. I mean, they play hard. If that means anything to you.
I mean, I guess it does.
It's kind of fun. I mean, you watch them play. You can definitely tell they're getting better. It's an exciting brand of ball. They're just not very good.
Dallas is currently losing in Orlando 50-43. It's halftime. And Anthony Davis is playing, but he's 2 of 11,
Number 2.
which last I checked was not great, but better than BYU.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
It's opening day in Major League Baseball, guys. I have some scores for you. Do you like scores?
Love scores. Except don't read the Mets score. It didn't go well.
I'm going to give you in progress first. We've got the Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th leading the Twins 5-3. Tigers and Dodgers are tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Mariners and A's later.
That's the nightcap. I think that's the last game. What, 7-10 first pitch, if I'm not mistaken?
Yankees beat the Brewers today 4-2. Orioles hammered the Jays in Toronto 12-2. Phillies won in 10 innings over the Nationals 7-3. The Red Sox won in Texas 5-2 with 3 in the 9th. Pirates blew it and lose to the Marlins. Paul Skeens was going to win. Alas, their bullpen sucks.
Not so fast.
Florida wins 5-4. Reds bullpen also sucks. They blow a lead in the 9th. The Giants win that one 6-4 in Cincy. White Sox, don't look now. 8-1 over the Angels.
But the White Sox are supposed to be anything at all? I
No.
have not seen anything on the
They
Red
are
Sox.
not.
Okay.
Uh,
They're
Royals
still dog crap.
in the 10th inning, the Guardians put up 3 and beat the Royals 7-4. The Astros over the Mets 3-1, and the Padres held off the Braves 7-4. Those are your opening day final scores.
Hope springs eternal. And let me point out, your Royals and the Baby Blues looked amazing.
Yeah, I wasn't big on those hats.
Yeah, the little tri-colored hat thing.
I didn't like that.
I don't know what was happening there, but the Baby Blues, chef's kiss.
Yeah. And it is March Madness. It is the Sweet 16. We have 2 games. One is at half. 2-seed Alabama 51, 6-seed BYU 40. It's not looking good for the Cougs, who cannot shoot all of a sudden.
No.
And Maryland has stormed back from 10 down to take the lead on number 1 or top seed Florida. It is 30-27 Terps with 5 minutes left in the first half. We get Arizona Duke tonight at 6:40, and then we get Arkansas Texas Tech tonight at 7:10.
Update, because remember I said there was like that 12 seconds left in the half there. BYU launched one more 3 and missed it. So in the first half, they shot a robust 7.7% from behind the 3-point line.
If I had told you at the start of the show that they were going to shoot 7.7% from 3 in the first half, what would you how many would they be losing by?
I think they'd be losing by somewhere between 15 and 18. So the fact that they're only down 11,
feeling pretty good.
How do you shoot 1 of 13? How?
Maybe a little nervous.
How does that happen?
Might be a little nervous.
Yeah.
Out there. All right.
Let's all pray together. Let's T's and P's. We need thoughts and prayers.
Pray.
Yeah, I don't know. It's BYU. It's the Lord's University. Pray.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. We will get to our NFL Thunder thighs. This is now a 15-yard penalty. Next on The Fan.
Thanks.
Well, the baseball's going on. So is March Madness. But we've already talked about it. And we'll just let you watch that. Hopefully with the sound off and listening to us. And we'll talk some football.
Talk about the football.
Got some things to discuss here. One being what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. But
that little bitch.
First, there is something that has now been deemed a violent gesture and will result in a 15-yard penalty.
This is so dumb.
This was sent to teams in a league memo this week, and that is the nose wipe.
Yep.
The nose wipe. Often you see CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys doing this. Will, I'm going to go ahead and do it for you here live on the air. It's like when they do this.
It's like this.
Yeah, like that. Exactly.
Can't do it.
You are no longer allowed to do that. They said gestures shall include but not be limited to a throat slash, simulated firing or brandishing of a gun, or using the nose wipe. And CD's not happy about it.
Yes, it is. It feels like it is pointed directly at him.
He says, SMH. I have plenty in mind. I don't know what that means, but...
Shaking my head.
Well, I know what that means. I have plenty in mind. What does that mean?
I think he just means he's got other
things in mind.
Other things that he can do. Okay. Right? You take this away because it has become something very popular. Now, I did not know the meaning behind it, but I guess it's associated with gangs. So,
yeah, I was going to ask. I thought maybe Will would be able to help us out with this, being one of the kids. What is that gesture? What's the...
So I did not...
What are we doing there?
I did not know, and so when I looked it up, when I saw that this was a penalty, they said it was a...
You are violently attacking your ops.
What?
Your oppositions.
Oh, see, I thought it was the one that I saw was that it was associated with either the Bloods or the Crips, and it was meant to that the guy that you're doing it to is like untrustworthy. He's like a snitch, and so you're basically it was meant to be that like when you're doing that, you're telling that the defender can't be trusted. You can't guard me. I'll get whatever I want on you, but because it's associated with gangs where it originated, that now it's being lumped into that same thing as using a gun and whatnot. I don't know. I love that this is the NFL. I don't know. Has anyone ever done this and been like, I need to go join the Bloods or the Crips?
Well, yeah. I mean, every time I see it, I'm like, what are they doing?
I don't know. I guess what they're saying is you can't guard me. You are untrustworthy to guard me.
But what I'm saying is every time I see the guy do it on the field, I don't know. Like, it means nothing to me because I'm an old white guy.
Yes.
Well,
it means something in the NFL now.
So why? I don't know. I guess was anybody offended that somebody was doing this? I don't know. Anyway, 15-yard penalty now. Screw you. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Although I just did it.
Yeah. Every now and then, like I said, who is it? Someone recently they said that it was firing a gun. Anything that simulates guns, violence, throat slash, whatever. Last year, I forget who it was. Someone got caught, and it was an absolute ridiculous. But they said it was a gun celebration, and they hit him with a 15-yard penalty.
Oh yeah, he had gotten the first down, and he did it like this,
Yeah.
but the thumb was up. You're thinking of R.J. Lewis. So when Jalen Brunson was hitting his threes, he'd show his threes with the thumb and the two fingers.
Can't have the thumb up.
R.J. Lewis hit a three in the first game for St. John's, and he did this after he hit it, and they teed him up.
Yeah, it's like the Key and Peele thing.
Okay.
There's only so many thrusts. If you point, you're fine. But the moment that thumb goes up, and then when if you cock some fingers, you're out. Can't do it. Can't have the kids mimicking it.
One guy on our text line said he thought it was you're smelling your finger after getting some, good what.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I could see that.
I've had that thought myself. But then I'm like, well, I don't think that's it. And
who knows?
What?
It's so...
I had that thought.
That's where you went. You're
Yeah.
like, CeeDee Lamb just cooked that guy, so he's now...
Yeah, I
look.
did think... My first inclination when I saw that was that's what that meant.
If you are smelling your finger, I am with you. I kind of thought that's what smelling your finger was, but it's not really a smelling of the finger. That's more of a wiping of the finger. You can do a
Right.
pull my... I don't know. The NFL is very concerned about fingers and what those fingers are up to, and you can't be doing that. No more fingering in the NFL. It's out. It's out.
So what the hell's going on with Rodgers?
Well, it
What are
sounds
we
like-
waiting on now?
Well, really nothing. Schefter had it today where So the Giants, they signed Jameis, and then they went out and signed Russell Wilson, so they're done, right? Minnesota has said thanks, but no thanks. We're going J.J. McCarthy. We don't want this nonsense in the building. And that leaves the Pittsburgh Steelers. Seemingly the last option for Aaron Rodgers is the Pittsburgh Steelers unless we get some surprise suitor. So a week ago, Aaron Rodgers was in Pittsburgh. He was in the building. He was talking with them. And seemingly at this point, the only option he has is Pittsburgh. But because something isn't done, now we're asking the question. This is your only chance, really, to be a starting quarterback. Pittsburgh clearly wants you. They haven't signed anyone. You're their last hope, because other than that, it's Mason Rudolph. So now Adam Schefter was on today. I forget who he was talking to, but I was watching. I think it was with the guys in Milwaukee. I think he was on with like Mark Tremor and some guys. And he was saying that there is some speculation now that Aaron Rodgers just doesn't want to play. That Aaron Rodgers he's pissed. He's upset that no one wants him. He's upset that people aren't willing to acquiesce to his demands. They don't want to run his offense, and that he's not happy with the money compensation that people are offering him. So Aaron Rodgers may be taking his ball and just going home.
Wow.
And that he may not want to play, because at this point it does appear that it is either the Pittsburgh Steelers or not playing. And if it is Pittsburgh, what are we doing? It shouldn't take this long. When you go visit a team, it doesn't take a week to figure out whether or not you want to go there. And we already had Cam Hayward basically come out and put him on blast. He tried to walk back those comments because he realizes without Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback. But essentially at this point, Pittsburgh is sitting around waiting on Aaron Rodgers, and we don't know if Rodgers wants to do this or not.
Well, the Vikings GM had some interesting comments or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know if you saw those.
I did not. What did he say?
Well, the report was, while you were gone, that the Vikings were out.
Yeah.
And they were going with McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
However, the Vikings GM a day later was interviewed and did one of those, kind of word salad type of "I'm nervous about this question" answers.
Sure. Yeah.
When they were asking about Rodgers. And he said, quote, "For me to sit here and say anything's 100% forever, things can change. But right now, we're really happy with our room." End quote.
Interesting.
So he did not shut the door on it. He basically said, and Schefter reiterated this on one of the TV shows this morning, the Vikings kind of feel like they're in a good position because they like McCarthy, and they are willing to go with McCarthy, but they want to see this Rodgers thing play out, and they'll just sit, and if he's still out there come,
sure, camp,
late summer,
yeah,
then maybe they kick the tires again on Aaron.
Well, I mean, if you're Pittsburgh, I don't know where you go. There isn't another viable option. And if you're Aaron Rodgers and you piss off Pittsburgh, or they decide to move on and they do find some other option, then there is one other choice for Aaron Rodgers, and that is, do you sit around and wait? Do you wait for a domino to fall? We know every year people get hurt.
Yeah.
Does Rodgers just stay in shape and wait either until camp? Does he wait until the first couple weeks of the season? So let's take, for instance, because right now, if we're assuming Minnesota's in play, which I don't think that's the case, but we assume Minnesota and we assume Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh isn't a real contender. Pittsburgh is whatever. They're a decent enough team. You can make the playoffs. You're not going anywhere with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback. Thanks for coming. Minnesota, they won 14 games. If you're Aaron Rodgers, that one seems realistic, right? That you're like, hey, if I went there, maybe I could do something. You're not going to have a surprise team that's going to pop up that he's going to go play with that is garbage. So the other ploy for Aaron Rodgers is to sit around and wait for, let's say, I don't know. I'm trying to think of let's say the Houston Texans. Let's say CJ Stroud blows a knee week 3 and he goes down. Let's say, I'm just trying to think of a contending team. Someone in Philadelphia,
Niners?
Niners, right? Someone goes down.
Rams?
And there you go. That's a perfect one, right? Matthew Stafford goes down and you're the Rams and you're kind of all in, and the Rams have a very kind of squeeze window here with Matthew Stafford anyways. And that's the one where if you're Aaron Rodgers, maybe it's worthwhile to just sit around. If you don't think Pittsburgh is a real contender, and by the way, I think that's why Aaron Rodgers isn't in Pittsburgh. if this was the Minnesota Vikings, I think Rodgers already signed.
So you think the Steelers want him, but
Yes.
he doesn't want them?
Yes, I think Aaron Rodgers realizes that he has this is the last opportunity.
He wants to win a title.
He wants to win a title or at least make a deep run. And I think he knows that Pittsburgh, especially with we talked about this. Aaron Rodgers is really, really specific about the type of offense he runs, and he wants his receivers to be on the Aaron Rodgers program to the point where he will not throw you the ball and he will try to get you benched if you are not where you're at when you're supposed to be there, right? Especially with some of the audibles because he loves to do the Aaron Rodgers offensive line of scrimmage. And Pittsburgh has two of the most talented and volatile and undisciplined receivers in the league in George Pickens and DK Metcalf, who, by the way, have no problem telling their quarterback to go F himself. You cannot tell me that Aaron Rodgers wants to go spend his final year and his legacy trying to make that work in Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh is saying, yes, come here. And Rodgers probably looks at it and says, yeah, we can probably win 10 games. We can get into the playoffs. Pittsburgh makes the playoffs every year or is right there. But can I really be successful there? I don't think so. So maybe his best play is to sit around and wait. Maybe McCarthy's knee isn't healthy. Maybe McCarthy looks terrible in camp and you get desperate. Or maybe Purdy goes down or Stroud or whoever on a contending team. And if not, maybe he's content just walking off into the sunset and say, I'm going to go on my darkness retreat and do a bunch of ayahuasca and not suffer this.
What a hired gun, though.
Yes.
I mean, because he's still got...
The second half of the season in New York, it was not a bad...
Yeah,
he was not bad.
He's still got something.
Yes.
So that would... Yeah, I think that's actually more interesting than him going to Pittsburgh or Minnesota, that he's just sitting out there in case of an injury or if a team, has some quarterback problems.
Yep.
Damn, dude. If I'm Pittsburgh, though, you have to just draft a guy, right?
But they're not in position. I mean...
Well, you got to get in position. I mean, you got to make a trade. Like, what are they going to do? Who's out there?
This is where I feel like maybe Pittsburgh has finally reached the pinnacle of this. Seattle kind of had an element of this when they did what they did and kind of went in a different direction, and they moved on from Carroll, and now they've moved on from Geno and whatever you think of Sam Darnold. Like, they've had 3 straight years of winning 10 games, and it was like, we can't keep doing this, right? Pittsburgh has been doing this for like 8 years. And so maybe this is finally the one where enough is enough, and you just run Mason Rudolph out there and take your 3. The problem is that even with Mason Rudolph, that son of a bitch Mike Tomlin's going to win 10 games. You got to be bad. You got to be bad for a year and go find your quarterback or draft one in the 2nd or 3rd round and play the Jackson Dart game.
Where's Flacco? Did he sign somewhere?
No, I think he's still out there. Because he was visiting the Giants, and they ended up going with Jameis and Russ.
So do you think Russ just got tired of waiting on Pittsburgh? Because the report was Russ wanted to be in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he got tired of waiting.
He's just like, dude, what are you doing?
Yes.
And they're like, well, we don't know because we haven't heard from Aaron.
Yes. And so Russ took the $21 million
right.
and guaranteed, and he gets to be a starter in
10.5 guaranteed.
10.5, yeah, but 21
total.
21 total. Yeah. So I think he took it. And look, he knew that Pittsburgh didn't want him back. And you can't just sit around and wait.
But aren't they supposed to get Shedeur?
They're going to get him anyways, yeah.
So they're going to have Shedeur, Winston, and Russ?
Probably.
And Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy won't be back. But if you're the Giants, and this kind of makes sense, because if you're the Giants, always remember too, when you think about what teams are doing, so much of it comes down to what position is the GM and the head coach in. And the Giants are one bad year away from getting everyone fired. So even if you're the Giants and you do draft Shedeur Sanders, you better hope he has a hell of a rookie year, or you're not going to be around to develop him. So maybe by drafting Shedeur, because people are like, why would you draft Shedeur if you sign Russell Wilson? Dude, Russ is not the answer to anyone's long-term problem. So you draft Shedeur, right? And then you get Russ, and you try to win 9-ish games, and then you go to ownership and say, look, we've stabilized this with Russ. We've already drafted our future quarterback. Give us time, and maybe that helps you keep your job. Because the Giants right now are in survival mode as a GM and a coach. Whereas like Tennessee's playing with a little bit of house money. They're gonna get some runway. The Giants don't have that runway. So even with this, I would be surprised if the Giants don't take a run at a quarterback.
Well, the NFL draft is certainly crystallizing. We'll get to that at least with the quarterbacks, in a minute. And there's one team in the NFL that they're already talking. People are talking. People are saying.
Word on the street.
They could have the toughest schedule ever. That is next as our NFL Thunder Thighs continues. But first, here's Thunder Thighs himself, Will with SportsCenter. I love
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, you got a couple games going on right now in college basketball. Alabama's up 60-47 over BYU. 17 minutes left to go in that game. At the half right now, Florida is up 40-38 over Maryland. Maryland at one point was down by 10. They came all the way back. In baseball, you got two games in action right now. It's the top of the ninth in St. Louis. Cardinals up over the Twins 5-3. Right now, the Twins have 2 outs, and they have a runner on second. Bottom of the fifth, Dodgers are trailing the Tigers right now. Detroit's up 2-1. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the North.
What does this song remind you of now?
I don't know. It's kind of got. I feel like this is like some sort of '70s cop beat, like it's like a Starsky and Hutch episode.
Well, I think Buck and I were on the same page with this. That if you've watched Severance, at the end of one of the episodes of Severance, they play that.
They played which?
I don't. I think it was early in season 2. And Buck and I had the same thought that, boy, it was just perfection.
Yeah.
Where they placed it.
They do a nice job with
they
music in that. And if you look into a deeper meaning, like, I mean, there's people that dig way down into that show. A lot of like the songs, like the lyrics and the meaning of the songs play perfectly into it. Like it's a really
Did you watch the finale yet?
I did.
Pretty good, dude.
Yeah,
that was pretty good. You and I were on the same page about Severance season 2.
I thought it kind of sucked.
And it was going slow, and it's like it needed to get to the dangling carrot.
Yes.
And it did.
It did.
And it ramped up big time.
The end, it was
good.
It was great, and then the end,
well, they left a cliffhanger, so
I know.
Obviously there's a new season coming.
And it was a little wonky, but yes, the finale did a great job of redeeming what I thought had been a pretty crappy season.
That was a good finale.
Yes, it was.
Action.
And Milchek is my guy.
Milchek.
I love that guy. I'm sorry.
And there's a marching band. I mean,
the Department of Celebration and Merriment, sign me up. I love those guys. Anytime Milchek starts dancing, dude, you count me in.
If you ever win an award for anything,
yes,
which you probably won't,
no,
but if you do, I'm bringing in a marching band for you.
I'm trying to think, when's the last time you won an award?
I don't think I've won any awards ever.
We've been doing this for 20 years together. As far as I know, no award.
No awards. But
you guys were ranked.
Let's just
That's
say
not an award.
Top 100. That's something to hang your hat on.
Well, Odyssey has awards, don't they? Don't we?
Yeah, there's awards.
They give us little stars that we can hand out.
Yeah, but that's not an award. I get Odyssey points.
Yeah.
You know what's sad is the only award that I have won in, because when I played football, I won awards. I was award winning. The last award that I have won, and this is sad but true, is the Beach's Perfect Day Drinking Award. That is the last time that I have been rewarded for something with some form of certificate of achievement. And I'm not certain what that says about me and my life choices, but that's the only thing I can think of that I've won.
Well, if you ever win an award, dude.
Yeah, marching band.
I'm bringing in a marching band for you.
Well, and I will say this, if you ever go to New Orleans, and you should, it's one of my favorite cities on the planet. I believe with inflation now, I think it's up to $175, but for $175, you can go to their police department and they will help you plan out and give you a police escort. You can have your own New Orleans jazz parade.
Really?
Yes. $175.
Cool.
And then it costs you, I want to say to hire, I think for an hour, I've talked to a bunch of people, it's about $200 to hire a band. So for under $500, you can have your own parade with police escort around the French Quarter in New Orleans. So if you're down there, you will see people at family reunions, bachelor parties, bridal parties, whatever, and they will have their own parade and you can just join in. And they love it when you join in, and it's a grand old time. They have embraced the parade, and we do need more marching bands. The Department of Merriment and Celebration, the world would be better with more marching band celebrations.
Agreed. All right, well, a couple things to wrap up NFL Thunder Thighs. One is folks are already talking about the Eagles having the toughest schedule in history next year. They haven't actually put together the full schedule yet.
Yeah.
But we know who they're playing.
Sure.
And I am pulling it up on the fan here on Sports Talk.
On fan?
For you. Yes, that's me stalling because I'm pulling it up here on the fan.
I already have it.
Okay, so who are they playing on the road? Go through their road game. And go slow, please.
Well, they have the division, right? So we know Cowboys home and away.
So 2 games against the Cowboys, 2 games against Washington.
Yes.
And 2 games against the Giants.
And the Cowboys, by the way, I know last year they kicked rocks, but 2 years ago, Dallas was a 13-14 win team. Dak should be back. That's not a pushover. Giants could be improved, and Washington was a game away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So who do they have on the road?
This is just in order. So I don't know
Oh, they already have the.
Well,
the
no,
full
they just
schedule?
I just know that they just listed them. So they get the Buffalo Bills on the road. That's a kick in the balls. They get the Chicago Bears at home. Chicago rebuilt their O-line, brand new coach, should be good. They get the Denver Broncos at home. We know Denver's going to be quite good. They get the Detroit Lions at home. By the way, this
Yikes.
schedule is awful.
It's rough.
It's rough. At least some of these are at home. Then you're
Well,
on the
just
road.
wait.
Then you're on the road against Green Bay,
Okay,
and then you're on the road against the Kansas City Chiefs.
they're pretty good.
Finally, you're at home against the Raiders.
Okay.
God, thank heavens. On the road against the Chargers.
Yikes.
Home against the Rams.
Okay.
Away against the Vikings.
God.
And away against the Buccaneers. Dude, that
They
is
have one easy game.
awful. Freaking
Well, two.
awful.
They have 2 games. They play the Giants and Raiders, but again, it's
Yeah,
this
division
is-
games and the Giants could be better.
But this is a tough exercise because teams always,
yeah.
you never really know. So
We
you
could
gotta
get a
tread
team
lightly.
that falls off the page. But that
is rough, dude.
Brutal.
There wasn't a bad team in there outside of Giants, Raiders who could be bad.
Yeah.
I
That is
mean,
atrociously hard.
yeah, hardest schedule ever. They're saying. We'll see it when it all.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens, right? Maybe Denver falls off. Maybe Washington is a bit of is fool's gold. But just on paper, that is scary tough. I mean, honestly, you can make a case that the only games that you look at and you feel like that those are layups are the division games. You could say that the Giants and the Cowboys are the
Well, you get the Raiders. I mean,
yeah, the Raiders. That's it.
Who the Raiders quarterback?
The Raiders are going with
Who'd they go with? Oh, Gino.
Yeah, they traded.
Boy.
Yeah. So
So
maybe the Raiders are improved. Maybe
the draft is crystallizing for quarterbacks anyway. I mean, while you were away, Cam Ward. Now it's like
it feels
all of
like,
a sudden everybody's like, well, there's no way Cam Ward's not the number 1 pick.
Yeah,
and that's because he had a good pro day. So he'll go to the Titans,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Giants. Sanders at 3, and that's at that point it's like a lot of them are saying Jackson Dart would be the 3rd quarterback off the board. Some have him as high as 7 to the Jets, others as low as 26 to the Rams.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That's it
in the first round.
Yeah, this is going to be it's going to be a weird quarterback draft because most of the people here don't. In most drafts, none of these guys are the top quarterback, and some of them aren't even in the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks taken. But you need quarterbacks, and so you're gonna take flyers on them. And we always talk each other into quarterbacks, right? We do this every year. Zach Wilson was a top pick, for God's sakes. And, we kind of get this back and forth and, everything from Shedeur Sanders not being a first round talent to now all of a sudden being the answer with the Giants because he's going to get to sit for a year. And Travis Hunter's falling in some drafts. I mean, it's such an inexact science, but it does feel like that we at least know 1, 2, 3. There's almost a universal consensus that Cam Ward and then Cleveland goes with Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Well,
I've seen Travis Hunter to Cleveland.
Or Hunter, yeah. And then you end up with Shedeur Sanders there in New York. Or, maybe a team, if you're Cleveland, I guarantee you're selling everybody that you're going to take Shedeur Sanders and you try to get someone to move up. I mean, that's going to be the smokescreen. Is Cleveland is going to, if Cleveland is not interested in a quarterback, you have to make people believe that they have to move up to the 2 slot to grab their quarterback.
Yeah.
And then you get to trade down
Right.
and get to take whatever defensive player you want, whether that's Carter or whether that's Hunter or whatnot. I still, my big draft take, and me, I like the draft. I like pouring into it. I find player evaluation fascinating. I do not understand the Travis Hunter thing. I don't get it. I think he's a solid player. I think he's a really, really good corner prospect. I do not think he's one of the best 4 or 5 corner prospects that we've seen even in the last 7 or 8 years. I don't think that you can play both ways. I know you can't play both ways in the NFL on any sort of consistent basis. And what I don't understand is whether you believe him as a receiver or a corner. If that's all he did, if he just played corner or he just played receiver, he would not be the number 1, 2, or 3 pick. So why is it that he is going to be a gadget player on one side of the ball? Why does that elevate him to this position? I don't understand it. This is one that I find quite puzzling and I can't quite process it.
Well, there's your NFL Thunder Thighs. Thank you.
I think Will was offended when you called him Thunder Thighs, by the way.
Well, I mean, it was a true statement 2 years ago. I don't think it is now.
Will's taken a lot of pride in being really skinny, and he's kind of got skinny O-line legs anyway.
Well,
So
I mean, it didn't really, let's be honest, it didn't really fit because Thunder Thigh, like, who calls a dude Thunder Thighs?
That happens.
like Danny, you could call Thunder Thighs.
Does he have big thighs?
Danny's low to the ground. He's squat. There's some meat there. Will's more like flamingo legs.
Roadrunner.
Yeah, Roadrunner.
All right. Coming up next, why Duke is mad at White Lotus on the Fan. here. Things are getting wild. BYU is not. Well, they cut it to 7, but they're suddenly down 14.
Yeah, every time they cut it to 7, Alabama goes down and hits a 3, and then BYU goes down, and we launch our own, and we are currently 4 of 20. 4 of 20. That's 20%, which
But
is
they're
up,
3 of 5 in the second half.
which is up from the robust 7% we shot in the first half. By the way, I would like to point out last possession we shot 3 3-pointers and missed all 3.
Oh, 3 of 8.
It's hard to win when you're shooting 20% from behind the arc.
Yeah. Got to knock down some more shots, bro.
Yeah. Alabama has attempted 48 threes, by the way, just in case anyone was wondering.
Over's still going to hit.
Yeah, the over's still going to hit.
48?
48.
Did you say 48?
I said 48. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's overall field goals.
Yeah, okay.
Apologize.
That makes more sense.
So 42?
They've shot 38 threes.
Oh, geez. That's still a lot.
They've shot 47 field goals, and 38 of them are 3-point attempts.
Wow.
And they're shooting 44% from the arc.
Okay, so they've come down a little bit. BYU's stepped up that defense, that elite perimeter defense.
Got a little excited there with the exciting whites when they cut it to 7, and then.
Well, if you've been watching White Lotus,
I have.
You know that one of the families in there, they love. Well, Duke, the dad, Jason Isaacs.
Yeah.
He wears a Duke shirt.
Yes. There's a battle between the Dukies and then the moms of North Carolina.
And White Lotus, very popular show. A lot of people are watching it. And Duke is not happy that this man is wearing a Duke shirt not because of him, but they felt they had to issue a statement because they feel that it went too far.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Do you know what this is referring to?
We talking about the suicide, the dong? What are we?
Well, not the dong. I don't think he had a robe on when he dropped his dong.
Oh,
on
I
us.
just didn't know because he did drop some dong.
He
so,
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw his dong.
Yeah.
And but he was in a robe, so not a Duke shirt at that time.
He was wearing a Duke shirt when he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, and that's what they're upset about. This says the school had to issue a statement.
Let me just correct that. The school did not have to issue a statement. The school was a bunch of bitches, so they decided to issue a statement. You don't have to issue a statement for something that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, it does have something to do with him. He has a Duke shirt on. And they felt they did have to issue a statement, and they did
have to.
And it said that the use of their logo without their permission is troubling imagery.
Oh my God.
And of course, it has spread across social media.
I want everyone now to wear a Duke shirt and do something troubling, and please put it online. # Duke troubling. Please do it because F you, Duke.
Well, I think the thing that happened was the still shot of him with the gun to his head in the Duke shirt became kind of memey.
Sure.
It started floating around social medias.
Okay.
And of course,
so we can't.
Duke did not like that.
We can't have that. That's
well, not according to them. By the way, he did not kill himself.
No, he did not.
He was just contemplating.
Yeah, the wife walked in.
Well, he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah. But I would like to say that for every time Duke or someone does this, you realize all you're doing is drawing attention to yourself and making you look more like a bitch. It's troubling, and we need to make a statement. No, you don't.
I actually think the better meme is the one of him standing at the window. There's no gun.
Just staring out.
He's just staring, and he looks sad.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a Duke shirt. That one looks pretty funny. That one is funny.
Yeah.
Like when you're trying to troll Duke online, you know?
Yeah. I will say that the Duke suicide, the photo though, that is very memeable.
And it makes me sad.
I mean,
very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when if Duke is getting blown out, you know, it writes itself. Duke fans right now, you know, anytime there's any sort of Duke scandal, Duke fans right now, you throw it in there. You know.
So here's what Frank Tramble, Duke's VP of Communication, said.
Oh, Frank.
The White Lotus not only used our brand without permission, but in our view, uses it on imagery that is troubling, does not reflect our values or who we are, and simply goes too far.
I hate to tell you this. Is it Frank?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't need your permission to wear your T-shirt. not a thing. you know,
Suicide is the second leading cause of death on college campuses. As imagery from the show is being shared widely across social media, we are using our brand to promote mental health awareness and remind people that help is available.
Way to go, Frank. Way to take a show and turn it into something else, because
Frank's stepping up there.
I'm sure that's what kids are doing all across campus right now. They're like, wait, that guy from White Lotus was going to kill himself and he went to Duke. Me too. I'm gonna go ahead and off myself.
Of all the schools that could have gone viral with that meme with the gun, don't you think Duke's the only one that would have issued a statement like that?
No, the smarty schools. I could see like a Princeton, Yale, anything like that.
Really?
Yeah, I could see that. You just got to be a pompous and kind of a douchey group. I every now and then, like people. I do this sometimes. I'll say like gun to my head, hey, you got to make a choice, gun to my head. And I've had people in the text line that get all bent out of shape and be like, you can't say that. Actually, I can, and I just did. So take the cob out of your ass, okay? I love this idea that somehow if we don't speak the name suicide, or you just never bring it up, that it's just that's going to eliminate it. Dude, people aren't killing themselves because of memes or someone saying, hey, gun to my head. That's never happened in the history of suicide. But somehow you think that by just ignoring it, that's the reason why. Maybe this actually can lead to someone having a conversation about something, not you doing a whiny, bitchy statement about it. God. I love that. We were forced to issue a statement. No, you weren't. There's not some meme police out there that sent Duke a letter that was like, if you don't respond to this memeing right now, you will face serious consequences. There's not a government office of meme that fines you if your meme goes viral and you don't respond to it. I love that. I see these like celebrities do this all the time. This is like the Stephen A. Smiths of the world. I had to make a response. No, you didn't. You didn't have to make a response. You chose to make a response, and you made it worse.
He's a bitch.
Get bent, Duke.
All right, the club is next. Crazy foods, and don't shovel dirt on radio just yet. Next on The Fan.
Did you know
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the college basketball games are getting a little bit out of control. Right now, Alabama is leading BYU 88-69. There's 8:53 left to go in that game. Then jumping into our later starting game, Florida is up 55-49 over Maryland. Maryland's made a couple buckets in the start of my update to bring that one a little bit closer. They were up by 10, the Gators there. Later on today, you've got more basketball action. Duke is going to take on Arizona. Right now, Duke is favored by 9.5. And Texas Tech is going to take on Arkansas to wrap it up. Tech is favored by 5.5 in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your
Your little kid ass. She's wanting to return his calls. You freaking bitch! What is up with that?
I've got the poo in my hands.
Ejected Randy today.
I don't even know our listeners listen to me.
Football's football. I don't want to get better at football. What an opportunity.
Go play intramurals, brother.
I'm very confident.
Oh my gosh, I'm a filthy bastard.
Hop on this jug. And I'm gonna shove a burrito in my ass. Lace them up, you little bitch. Let's go.
Hold on, everybody. It's over. We think.
No, it's over.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. Sorry about that. You know?
Hey, the exciting whites. It was fun.
Yeah.
Hey, man, second Sweet 16 in like
Yeah.
20 years.
Good little run.
Good run.
Good little run.
I thought that Alabama doesn't play great defense, so I thought if there was a chance to upset someone, I'd rather play a team like Alabama than I would like Houston or Duke that just plays great defense. But one, I didn't count on BYU shooting like 12% from the three-point line, nor did I count on Alabama.
BYU's up to 24%.
Hey, that's great. And by the way, they've hit a couple meaningless threes.
6 of 25.
I always like to point out that BYU has attempted 25 three-pointers. Alabama has made 22.
Yeah, this is nuts. They are 22 of 44 from 3, and there's still 9 minutes left.
Yeah. By the way, I hope you had the over. The over was 175.5, which was by far the highest over, and hopefully you were smart enough to take the over.
Freaking crazy, man.
Yeah.
What's the record for 3-point attempts in a tournament game?
I don't know.
Tech set one, but I can't remember if it was for their school or for the entire tournament, but they shot 50-something, 51 in their first round game.
Well, that is in danger, gents.
It's in danger.
They're going to blow it out, and Alabama isn't usually this good from 3.
Well, no, we don't play
No,
defense.
they're just wide open.
It's wide open. And I don't know if you've been watching this. They're not contested threes.
I've been watching it. They're NBA threes.
I just can't get over like 22 made versus 25 attempted from BYU. and look, for most of the game, BYU has shot in the low teens from the three-point line. You when you're trying to outscore a team because you can't play defense, you can't shoot 12% for most of the game.
Does it make you feel better that the way Alabama has scored, that even if you shot pretty well, like you're not, dude, you've given up 97 points and there's 7 minutes left. Like you weren't winning this game even if you shot well.
No.
It just doesn't appear that you were.
There was an idea that if Bama didn't shoot the ball very well, BYU could score enough points and you could make a run at this. But, you know. We saw it out. A couple times this year, the rubber met the road, and the Exciting Whites ran into a really good basketball team, and this is what happens. This is what happened when they played Houston. So we'll take it, man. We're basketball school now, Sweet 16, and we got the number 1 player in the country coming next year.
Things are looking up.
Things are looking up. So just not in this game. Unless you had the over, everything is fine. Plus, even if you won this, Duke was waiting on the other side of this anyways. So
yeah, so they've already hit the over, or where are we at?
Looks like
What's
they broke
97?
the record for most 3-pointers made in a tournament game.
You're 2 points away from the over.
2 points away from the over. Most threes made in a tournament game. They have broken the record set by, might I add, Loyola Marymount.
Bo Kimball and those guys.
Yes.
Who that whole thing was they wanted to shoot the ball every 11 seconds.
Right.
And yet somehow they've managed to do that against the Exciting Whites. So.
Now here's the question.
Yeah.
Think this team beats Duke?
No.
Well, you're biased. You got money on Duke.
I do have money on Duke, but this is the problem again.
Duke's got some length.
Duke has length and Duke plays defense. Alabama doesn't play defense. So there will be a complete effort against Duke. Look, Bama fan, get excited, but realize that you're beating the Exciting Whites is not the same as beating the Devils.
You got to get by Arizona first.
Yeah, they're fine.
You got to get by Caleb Love.
I think that's not going to be a problem.
My guy Tommy Lloyd.
You gonna bet on Arizona? Are you?
Boy, I tell you, I am.
Who do you have less faith in? Anyone who's coaching Arizona, not named Lute Olson or Rick Barnes?
Rick Barnes. But I am tempted to take Arizona tonight. I just can't step in front of Duke. I just can't do it.
No.
They're too good. But, he misses a dunk.
You suck.
Should have shot a 3. Alabama's only up 20. It's coming down the wire. All right.
It's fun. I kind of want Alabama now I want them to shoot 59. Just every 3-pointer at this, but just jack it.
There's another one. Go in. Boom.
It's just, God. It's 100-77 and there's 7 minutes to play.
Mark Sears only has 34. He's hit 10 threes.
Good Lord. They're shooting 50.
What's the record for one player's number of threes in a game?
He's got to be.
That's got to be close.
If the team record is now Alabama's, Sears has got to be getting close.
Yeah, 10 threes, dude?
Yeah. I don't think that Sears has hit 10 threes in his last 5 games. I know they chuck, but he's not a great outside
my man
shooter
has
this
attempted
year.
17 field goals, again, 15 of them from behind the arc, and he's hit 11 of them.
Oh, he's got 11 now.
He said 11 field goals, 10
yeah,
threes.
10 threes.
10 threes. 10 of 15.
Do you think I could have hit a 3 tonight in that game?
Probably.
I do
Well,
too.
you were going to get an open look, so the question becomes, could you knock down a corner 3? Because
If it's open.
You were getting an open look. There were lots of open looks, and they would have ignored you.
Yeah, dude, they're sagging off me.
They're sagging off you.
I love it.
I'm not saying I could hit a 3. I feel like me attempting would probably blow an Achilles, but I think walking on a basketball court, I feel like my Achilles would snap. At this point in my life, the hardwood in me, we don't belong. We're done.
All right, let's get back on track here. We have, in honor of opening day, the craziest food you can get at a Major League Baseball ballpark. Next on Fan.
The home of cheap fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
All right. Got the craziest food you can get at Major League Baseball parks on opening day.
Talk to me.
Today. Today.
Today. Well, I'm guessing you can probably get those foods at any point during the season. Just, I doubt you could have gone yesterday and been like, hey, I'd like you to let me in so that I could get my Seattle dog.
The Grand Slamwich
Okay.
is at Chase Field in Arizona. 20-inch sandwich is part chicken parm, part Italian meatball with Marzano tomato sauce, provolone, pesto, and Parmesan. A side of kettle chips in House Gardenia.
I'm not going to lie. I could do without the kettle chips. I think that's kind of Bush League. It's a ballpark. Let's get some garlic fries in there. Are you doing an Italian thing?
Dude.
What are we doing with kettle chips? That sandwich, though?
Yeah.
Half chicky parm
Yeah.
and half meatball?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
talk to me, Goose.
Yeah.
Why isn't that being offered right now at an Gino's? What are we doing, buddy? Let's get this on there. That sounds delightful.
Bro, that's legit.
Oh,
You can get that in Arizona.
20 inches?
Yeah, it's huge. Look at it. Look at this thing. Look at that bad boy.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
What is that? Does it say what that runs? Like $40?
I bet you 20.
What is the price? $20?
They're not as crazy as you think when they
Doesn't
have
have
these
the price.
when they have these novelty items. They're not too.
That thing's not $20.
No, I bet it's more than $20. Yeah, it doesn't say.
Arizona.
Doesn't say. The Wrigley Field has the Gibberito sandwich, which sounds mildly.
Yeah, it sounds a little racist.
It sounds kind of racist.
It makes me uncomfortable. The Gibberito. Daniel Tosh did a thing on this on Tosh.0 where he was like, he made up words or put words together and it's, do they sound racist? And I feel like Gibberito. I feel like that's an insult. I don't like that. Like if you called someone a Gibberito, I'd feel like, I don't know who we're insulting or what sort of slur that is, but I'm uncomfortable saying it.
Originated in Chicago's Puerto Rican community, the Gibberito sandwich contains roast beef, garlic butter, lettuce, tomato, and garlic aioli tucked between 2 smashed and fried plantains. The Cubs say it's a showstopper.
You know what? I do like fried plantains. They're delightful.
Yeah.
Roast beef, good. But I find that the whole point, anytime you're substituting something for the bread of a sandwich, I feel like we're getting into some Bush League territory. Like, now, if you had like a cool, why not just put the fried plantains in the sandwich and make it one big sandwich? Because the fried plantains, that's not going to hold a sandwich together very well. I'm out on that one.
Okay.
I don't like where that's going.
They also have chicken and waffles at Wrigley and plant-based kimchi burger and puffy tacos. Whatever that means.
Like P. Diddy tacos? Underage tacos?
Whoa.
What? Taco and a hot dog? What was the other one that said kimchi?
Yeah, they have a plant-based kimchi burger out there
Okay.
at Wrigley.
I'm going to a ballpark and I'm getting a vegan burger. Get out of here.
Let's go to Yankee Stadium where you could have gotten the Petroni tiramisu today. Obviously, I don't know. Do you like tiramisu?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either, but I find it somewhat unsatisfying.
Yeah.
Just because it's
Wouldn't be my first choice.
creamy and chocolatey and good,
Yeah.
but it's also kind of fluffy.
Yeah, if you gave me, if it was offered to me at the end of a meal, sure. Would I ever order it? No.
It comes in a collectible Yankees helmet.
Of course it does. I will say the collectible helmet I am a fan of. Yeah, it's a nice. They always do that with the collector cups. Everything's a collector. It just gives you a reason to charge $9 more.
Yeah.
I do like it though when you get like the collectible soda and you get free refills. I appreciate that up at T-Mobile. You buy a Pepsi or whatever. It doesn't work on beer, but you can buy a soft drink up there and you get the little collectible cup and you get free refills throughout the game.
Yeah.
That's a nice little It's a nice little thing.
See, the Petroni tiramisu is made of espresso, mascarpone cream, lady finger cookies, and cocoa powder.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's talk about the Slugger. It's at Dodger Stadium. It is a 16-inch jalapeno cheddar sausage topped with corn relish, white cheddar cheese sauce, cilantro crema, and crunchy tortilla strips, served with fries.
See, now we're talking.
Dude, that's amazing.
That's better. That's more.
That's something I want at a ballpark.
That's exactly. You give me the traditional dog. You give me the Dodger dog. Made it a little bigger, and now we put some nice accoutrements on top of it.
Accoutrements.
You threw some fries in there, which is what that Italian thing was missing. You threw some fries on that bad boy, because you got to have fries with whatever you're getting at a ballpark. Now we're cooking with gas.
We are cooking with gas.
That's the best thing. And by the way, at Dodger Stadium, I guarantee that thing cost you $1,000. But I bet you that is really, really stinky.
I wish it had the prices on here.
I know.
I couldn't even find it. I went looking for that chicken parm meatball thing. They won't even show you. I went straight to the source. Chase Bank Field or whatever.
Yeah,
what they don't.
Did you find it?
No, they won't. They won't advertise
it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's because
It's like fresh fish.
It's going to be expensive.
It's market price.
You are not getting something that big that's meant for 2 or 3 people to eat. You're not getting that at a ballpark for $20. I mean, my God, they'll charge you $14 for a Polish sausage at a hot dog game. That's just a regular Polish sausage.
I guess I always go to the value side, so maybe I'm a little off in my price.
There's value side at a ball game?
Yeah, when I did the $9.99 thing, that was all value beers and value dogs.
How much is a hot dog at T-Mobile?
If you go value, it's like $2, $3, something like that.
Really?
Yeah, and then the High Lifes were like $4, $5, something like that. You got to go find the value spots, but they're there.
Yeah, look at that. The old value menu. You're right. $4 for a hot dog on the value menu.
Oh, it went up then because I think it was like $3.
$4 for the on the value menu, and you can also get nachos, popcorn, and other snacks on the value menu.
So T-Mobile also has one of the most eye-catching new menu offerings at ballparks this year.
Mm-hmm.
They are offering the What Up Corn Dog up at T-Mobile.
So I'm guessing it's just a giant-ass corn dog?
It is described as a Mariners Blue honey-battered corn dog with a spicy crunch served with nacho cheese.
That does sound delightful. Here's my problem that I have.
It does, but I'm not getting that.
Well, you're going to die from it. Here's my problem with corn dogs. Because I love a good fair corn dog, your carnival corn dog. They're always cold. I do not believe that anyone in the history of ballparks or corn dogs has ever gotten a hot corn dog. Because they're just they cook them and then it just sits there.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't. And there's nothing more unsatisfying than getting a corn dog that you're excited about and then biting into it and having it be cold. So you really have to sit there and watch, or just be like, you know what? I will wait for one of those to come out that's hot, because the corn dog is always cold and it's no bueno.
Other new offerings for Mariner fans include Ichi Wings, created in honor of course, the great Ichiro.
He's throwing out the first pitch tonight.
Is he?
Yeah, any guesses if he's going to be in full uniform?
He'll be in full uniform.
No,
100%. Yes, he will.
No, he won't.
Put your money where the old mouth is. He is throwing out the first pitch tonight. I do believe.
No way.
I saw him. They showed a photo of him walking into the stadium, and he had a duffel bag with him.
Oh no!
Now we don't know what that means, but he was walking into the game carrying a Mariners bag. I think he's going to wear a uniform.
Don't be in uniform.
I guarantee he will wear a uniform. He might wear stirrups.
Yeah, I think he's wearing the full. I think he's going full thing. It wouldn't surprise me if you see him out there doing the Ichiro warm-up. Yeah, look. This is him walking into the game. Why is he carrying that bag into the game if a uniform and cleats are not in that? You don't
I'm
need.
nervous.
I have walked into plenty of ballparks. I've thrown out a first pitch or two. Never did I carry a travel bag with me.
I'm nervous. They also are offering.
How about Ichiro doing a big jean roll?
Yeah. Stylish man.
He's going like mid-calf on that.
They're also offering ice cream nachos at T-Mobile.
Ice
which
cream with
I don't really know. I'm not sure what that means.
Ice cream with chips?
Maybe the chips are like Cinna chips?
Yeah,
maybe,
probably,
maybe like
yeah.
churro pieces
Right.
in an ice cream. And again, while I appreciate Ballpark ice cream, not on a hot day, you just end up with a soupy mess.
Yeah.
You got to be careful when choosing Ballpark food. Again, I like a good nacho, but here's my problem. When you get the commemorative nacho in the batting helmet at the Mariners game, you're really only getting about a quarter worth of quality nachos, because then you get to the bottom half and they're just gross. Because the cheese and the salsa and the sour cream and guac, it all just kind of melts to the bottom, and it really makes the majority of the chips really unedible. You just end up in some sort of big soup-like mess, and it's no good, man. Like, you need it's just the helmet is not a good nacho distribution model. Same thing with tots. Never get loaded tots. If you're at a ball game, never order loaded tots. You're gonna get pissed off. You're gonna get about 10 tots that are okay, and everything else, soggy mess.
All right, don't shovel dirt on radio just yet. New numbers. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, there's one baseball game going on currently. Dodgers are up 5-4 over the Tigers. It's the bottom of the 8th in LA. Dodgers coming up to bat. Later on today, you've got the Mariners taking on the Athletics in Seattle. Right now, Seattle on the money line. They're at minus 165, so they are favored at T-Mobile Park. First pitch for that one is going to get underway at 7:10. You got 2 games left to go in the NCAA tournament today. You've got Texas Tech taking on Arkansas. Right now, Tech is favored by 5.5. Tip-off for that game is going to be at 7:09. But before that, at 6:39, you've got Duke taking on Arizona in the East. Currently, Florida is up 77-62 over Maryland. Alabama just finished off BYU. They won that game with a measly 113 points. BYU had 88. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd.
Do we have a final? Is it over?
Yeah, it's over. Mercy killing. 113-88.
Wow.
So, yeah, that over of by far the highest over total in the Sweet 16 of 175.5 or 176.5. Yeah, I would say that hit. Yeah, it's good.
That's a no sweat bet.
That is a no sweat bet. That is the definition of you could have that thing at 200. The over under could have been 200.
I'm sorry.
By the way,
man.
they ended up.
That sucks.
We ended up shooting the Mighty Cougs 6 of 30 from behind the arc, and some of those at the end we were just, you're down by 20, you're just launching threes, 6 of them. Alabama with a robust 25 of 51, breaking the NCAA record for made threes by a team. Damn near shot 50%.
That's crazy.
And at the end, I thought it was quite disrespectful. They were just... Dude,
were they chucking them for the sake of...
They were chucking them for the sake of chucking them. Dude, they were up by 23. And my man, that Sears kid, dude, that dude was shooting one-footed fall-away threes for no reason. And they were all launching Damian Lillard threes 38 feet from the... Come on.
Wasn't he trying to get... What? He was trying to hit the record, probably.
I'm guessing he was probably trying to hit the record.
Oh, come on.
He's just,
That's not like you to bitch about that.
I'm not.
Just
I'm just
stop
saying.
him. Just quit being a bitch. Stop him.
Put in the backups. What are you doing? Out there launching Sears. Yeah, that Sears kid ended up going 10 of 16. So I don't think he broke the record. He was just out there firing away.
Well, my Gators are taking care of the Terps.
The legend does.
So this is the last game for Kevin Willard. He'll be going on to Villanova. They're up by 18 with a couple minutes left.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get some good games because this was not what we were looking for. They said people thought this one might be the best game of the Sweet 16.
What's this one?
BYU.
Yeah.
Alabama. Wrong.
It was a good matchup.
Now I'm just waiting on the Ichiro full uniform thing. That's the exciting part of my evening. I'm convinced he's going to go full uniform.
Well, as you know, there are a myriad of new ways to consume content in this world of ours, Jace.
Yes. And then it forces us to respond because we have to respond with content of our own.
But TikTok did not kill the radio star.
Look at us still going.
Yep.
I do enjoy when anyone asks me what I do and I say radio. They're like, what do you have, like a podcast? Okay.
Radio has never been more popular.
Look at us. Look at you reading Odyssey propaganda.
This is actually from the New York Post.
I was going to say, did you get this from the higher ups? We have a new fearless leader, and they send out these things about how we're great. And
Homeboy, by the way,
that.
she sold us that one. Let me tell you something. Who do you think, of all of the people under the Odyssey umbrella, is least likely to read Odyssey propaganda?
You, which is why I'm a little surprised that you're about ready to read Odyssey propaganda.
This is not Odyssey prop.
AM radio is vibrant and shall rule once
whoa,
more.
Whoa.
Hey.
I didn't say AM.
I heard this on the
not say
AM radio.
Well, Gen Z, they're saying they love to make old things new. You know, they're ditching their iPhones and they're getting flip phones.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of hippy dippy girls that are now into watching VHS tapes.
Right, they're bringing back digital cameras. Yeah. They're using iPod Minis as hair clips.
I'm only using analog porn now. I've moved to exclusively old Hustler magazines from the 80s.
Kids are even going as far as using corded landline phones. They're back in.
Are they really?
Yeah, so Swigard couldn't be happier.
Swag's holding on to that phone. He's like, I knew it.
And now, Jace, they're turning up the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Over 50 million people are listening to the radio every week as of 2024. The highest listening numbers in 2 decades.
Look at us. Thank you. You sons of bitches thought we were done and
You can't kill us.
Well, it's never been a better time to get into the illustrious, high-paying career of being a fill-in radio producer / host. Congratulations.
Hey, my paychecks go up and up.
Statistics from Nielsen reveal that 78% of Gen Z listens to traditional radio, and statistics from British company Roberts show that radio is more popular with Gen Z than TV.
Suck it, TV.
You know why? Can you think of why radio is more popular with Gen Z than TV?
All the streaming stuff, I'm guessing. It's free.
Radio?
Yeah.
You throw it on in the background and then you do other things, dude.
Bingo.
Yeah.
You can scroll while you listen.
I always have something going while I'm doing like 3 or 4 other things. There's times where I have the TV on but the TV's like off sound with like a radio show or a podcast going, and I'll be like vacuuming or cleaning or watching the game, whatever.
Stations such as BBC Radio 1 have made the Gen Z audience a priority by featuring young presenters. There's young Will.
Yeah.
Tailored
Thunder Thighs himself in there. With his backwards hat.
Tailored
Bring it on, Baldy.
And then every once in a while he shows his youth. Like that. Tailored listening experiences and playing music from up-and-coming artists that are on the younger audience's radar. Boy, that, I gotta tell you. Well, I'm not. Never mind.
Oh, did you catch yourself in a senior moment?
I'm growing up. Well, no, I was just gonna bitch about something, but...
Now I kind of want to know what you're going to bitch about.
Oh, okay, I'll tell you. Every time because I don't... No, I can't. I'm going to get in trouble.
Do it.
No, I'm going to get in
Do
trouble.
it.
I'm not going to do it.
Do it.
I'll get in trouble.
I want to know what your opinions are on Gen Z things.
Shut up. No, it has nothing to do with Gen Z things. It has something to do with around here, and they'll just get mad at me. So I'm not. It's not worth it. They've beat me into submission.
Your hot water cooler.
Everything's great.
Yeah, everything's great. Look at you.
Hey, by the way, KGON got a new afternoon DJ. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, well, Tim Taylor's gone.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, the great Tim Taylor.
We love Tim Taylor.
You can go hear him play at A&A with the Tim Taylor Band, cleverly named.
But no, Greg Glover. Did you know that?
Well, I heard that a while ago, but I didn't know it was official.
Yeah, it's official now.
I love me some Greg Glover.
He's great. He's the morning
great.
guy from NRK. He's our
he's doing afternoons.
And now he's going to do, he's going to do both.
Yeah.
He's going to do afternoons on KGON.
Look at you have gone full Odyssey propaganda. I did not expect this from you today.
Well, we're going to have Greg in one of these days.
I leave for 2 days and I come back and you're a company man?
Yeah.
Spouting off about the greatness of radio and you're holding your tongue and you're not bitching about things? Who is this masked man?
We're going to have Greg in here because he's really good at name that 80s tune, you know? He's like amazing at it. Like I thought I was good at it.
Yeah. Well, but
he's another level.
I mean, he's been an FM like DJ for like 30 plus years or something.
Yeah, he's got a leg up on me.
I mean, you spent all day listening to that. I'm guessing that you never want to get into a name that tune contest with a radio DJ.
No.
Be like getting into a sports trivia contest with sports radio hosts.
I'm not winning that either.
No. I do love it when people find out what we do, and then they're like, man, you must
know everything.
Yeah, you're like,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I know everything.
Yeah. You're like, hey, I got a trivia question for you. I'm like, dude, why don't you just spare me the trouble, and we just assume that I don't know the answer, and you just tell me what the answer is, and then we'll think you're clever, and we can move on.
There was one time when somebody. This was a long time ago. I'll never forget this, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
Maybe it was one of those moments where I realized that you just can never really predict what people think, you know? You stop trying because they think things that you're like, wait, what? That's what you think?
Yeah.
This guy said to me, he's like, man, you're my favorite guy on the fan.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And then I said, well, why?
Oh. Right.
And he was like, I just think you know the most stuff of all the... And I'm looking at him like, do you listen to this show? I'm like, I know nothing.
Thanks.
Like, that's my whole bit, is I know nothing. So then I was like, I don't know if he's listening. You know?
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm fascinated by people just...
I think he was just sucking up.
Yeah. The thing, I'm always fascinated by people that decide to start a conversation with you, and the best way to describe it, like, if you're talking to a stranger, right, you are engaging in a conversation because you have something that you want to share with them, right?
Okay.
You have a piece of information or you have something that you would like to know from them. And I don't know if you get this, but the amount of people that strike up conversations with me that I have no ties to whatsoever, it happens to me almost on a daily basis, and it always blows my mind. and this was Monday. I'm working out, and a man who I've never seen before in my life, who's wearing a Glock handgun sweatshirt.
Whoa.
Yeah, an aggressive hooded sweatshirt. He was a shorter, pudgier man wearing his Glock sweatshirt, seemingly for no reason, taps me on the shoulder. I turn around, and he wants to engage, so I take my headphones out so I could hear him. And this is the conversation opener that he started with me. You know what? If I ever got into it with you, I wouldn't even fight you. I'd just shoot you.
What?
That's what he said. And I respond, and then he was chuckling. And I responded with, I'm guessing you'd shoot me with your Glock. And he was like, because he was wearing his cool Glock sweatshirt. And then he went, do you like guns? And I said, no. And then I put my headphones back in and went about what I was doing. That man sat there for a period of time, looked at me and thought to himself, I'm going to go talk to this gentleman right here. And I'm going to start with, you know what I would do if we got into it? I would shoot you. He really thought that was the way to engage. That was his conversation start.
That's so weird.
That is the stuff that blows my mind.
Yeah.
When people sit there and I don't know.
He's probably a murderer. Weirdo.
Of all the things you could start, of all the stuff, if you saw me and thought, hey, whether you liked the show or whether, sometimes you're the big guy in the gym. I'm sure Will gets this too. People want to converse with you when you're lifting something. But of all the stuff you could start with, I would shoot you. Do you like guns? No. That's where that conversation needed to end. And then I think he looked a little heartbroken when I said I didn't like guns. Mainly because I don't want to have a conversation about your Glock sweatshirt. Although, hey, cool sweatshirt, man.
All right, we got a break. Oh, by the way, Gen Z also buying cassettes, vinyl, and ditching streaming.
Vinyl's big.
Vinyl's huge, yeah.
Vinyl's big. All my buddies have record players.
Yeah. My kids listen to some records.
I'm the weird one that doesn't.
We've stuck around so long, Jace, that we're popular again.
We're back. We're back with the kids.
Unbelievable.
AM radio,
this
baby.
This was Jason Swigard's dream.
King once more. Guarantee swag somewhere sitting just cackling in his short shorts and dragon robe.
All right. Florida over Maryland, 87-71. So the first two games tonight were blowouts. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Thanks for making the Fan's annual best. Official beer of cheap fun.
Double Sun Power!
Okay, coming up next is Andrew Nimick. And the reason I know that is because he's sitting in there.
Yeah. Probably getting ready to talk some kids.
Cruton.
Hot kid talk.
That's right.
Can't wait.
Who's in tomorrow, Will? Is it Schultze?
Schultze is back with Hot Mariners talk.
Corn Pop. Oh, yeah, dude. He's all kinds of fun.
So have we seen the first pitch from Ichiro yet?
It's at 7.
Oh.
Well,
10
7:10's the
pitch
first
time?
pitch, but he should be throwing out the...
He's not going to throw out at 6:53.
I wouldn't think so. It's getting close, though. Trust me, if he that's going to go viral. So we'll find out. And I'm putting a strong wager on he will be in full uniform, including cleats. He will be wearing spikes. I have no doubt about it.
Well, he better throw a damn strike.
I'll bet you he doesn't just throw a strike. I bet you he throws some cheese. I bet you he puts it in there 80 plus.
What if they sign him? Throw him back out there.
What are you talking about, man?
Did you see who they... Dude, there's some guy... Wait, I wrote it down. Hold on, let me find it.
What do you got?
There's...
Nemec found him warming up, Ichiro, by the way.
Is he in uniform?
He's warming up.
Is he in uniform? Yes or no?
He said not yet.
Okay. I don't think he's going to be in uniform, dude. I hope he's not. But, and by the way, it is perfectly acceptable to warm up for a first pitch.
Sure.
Because if you've ever thrown a first
out.
pitch, which you and I have been lucky to do,
Yes.
it's very easy to bounce it. That's why you see people bounce it.
Yeah.
Because you have to do the motion a few times before you...
I promise you that if I try to throw out a first pitch right now with my crab meat shoulder and didn't warm up, one, I would hurt myself. I guarantee that thing bounces. There's no way I'm making it to the plate.
Actually, unless you lob it, I think that's true of pretty much anybody. Even if you have a little bit of athletic skill, if you do not warm up for your first pitch, unless you lob it, like an ephus, you're gonna put it in the dirt.
Yeah. It's my shoulders just are not capable of that at this point.
So do you know who Ryan Bliss is?
I do know who Ryan Bliss is. He's their new second baseman.
Yeah. Who the hell is that?
I was reading about him. I guess he had a pretty good spring, and he's their new second baseman.
So some guy named Ryan Bliss is playing second base.
Yeah.
How long before everyone hates him?
He's the new... They pulled him up last year about halfway through the season. He's supposed to be one of their AAA guys.
That's
He's one of their better prospects.
They've got supposedly a top 5 high-level farm system, and they got a handful of kids that are supposed to come, and he's one of them. So... And then who's the big fat guy that got DH and
Rowdy Tells.
Yeah.
Telez. Yeah, big fat guy. Well, they got a couple big fat guys now. They got him and, of course, the big dumper.
Yeah, well, the big dumper just got a bunch of money.
Sure did. While you were away. We broke into the show for that.
Oh, did you?
Well, wait. That doesn't make any sense. We are a show. How could we break into the show?
It's a little weird. You just stopped the show to talk
We talked all day about it.
The big dumper.
We took calls.
Yeah. Hey, some people like the Mariners.
I think they'll be pretty good this year.
That division's wide open.
Well, their pitching's really good.
Yes.
You know?
And again, this is our Mariner pregame show. Once they fired everybody and went and got Edgar, their last month of the season, and this is the rallying cry that the Mariners are spewing out there, but their hitting across the board went way up once Edgar was the hitting coach. So, I mean, with that pitching staff, if you just have a competent offense, you're a playoff team. It's like that division is great.
No, I'm with you on the division. A's are a little better.
Well,
the Astros are a little worse. The Rain, I bet you Texas wins that division.
I think most of the people that I've seen, the experts, are picking the Rangers to have a big bounce back here.
They're pretty good.
Well,
if
they won the
DeGrom
World Series 2 years ago,
if DeGrom stays healthy,
they had a rash
which he
of
won't.
injuries.
All right, everybody enjoy your night. Andrew Nemick is coming up next. We are back tomorrow on 3-7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Ready to shoot your shot?